Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump warns another armada is floating towards Iran as he says time is running out for Tehran. Meanwhile, the US president says things will de-escalate in Minnesota following the fatal shootings of 2 US citizens by ICE agents. And Syria's leader arrives in Moscow to discuss bilateral ties and the situation in the Middle East with Vladimir Putin. Another US armada is said to be floating towards Iran as President Trump hopes Tehran will make a deal with Washington. Trump had previously threatened military intervention in Iran following the crackdown on protests and an internet blackout. Now, the USS Abraham Lincoln has arrived in Middle East waters, although its precise location does remain top secret. Here's what the US president told crowds at a rally in Iowa.
In June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time.
Let's get the opinion of Norman Rule, former National Intelligence Manager for Iran at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Norman, thank you so much for joining me. It's great to have you on the show. So there we are. We just heard from President Donald Trump. He's renewed threats to attack Iran, saying a massive armada is heading to the country, ready for violence if necessary. Is the situation likely to escalate really soon?
The president has stated in his announcement that you just heard that he is pursuing a diplomatic approach. He has also recently applied significant economic sanctions on Iran, which are still rolling out, and the Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Task Force is just arriving in an area that has also seen a significant increase in air assets and air defense capacity. So we have a significant military, diplomatic, and economic pressure campaign against Iran to produce a diplomatic solution to a longstanding U.S. request, which does have international support, and that is to reduce the nuclear and missile and regional aggression threat that Iran poses.
So it's quite interesting because, Norman, you were just talking to me about a diplomatic solution. Do you think that this is actually something that we're going to see? Do you think Iran is willing to come to the negotiating table? We do know that the Iranian government has been significantly up against it at home with the anti-government protesters that have been going on.
Iran will likely come to the table with a series of proposals it seeks to buy time. Its traditional approach has been to seek indirect negotiations. It believes that wastes time and extends talks and reduces the number of demands by its Western partners. That has traditionally been a successful approach for Iran. Iran will also try to last out any pressure campaign by its economic adversaries in sanctions. But the president, his rhetoric has been consistent, and he doesn't tolerate someone wasting his time. And I think the Iranians have heard this from a number of their diplomatic interlocutors. It's unclear, however, if the Iranians are taking that seriously. They have not shown themselves to be wise decision makers for several years. I think there is a danger of military activity because of that.
And what do you think the reaction is going to be inside Iran? Because, you know, we have heard from the country's foreign minister today, and he said he's not been in contact with the U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff, in recent days, requesting negotiations. There seems to be some differentiating tone there when it comes to the US saying make a deal, Iran saying nobody's been speaking to us. What do you think they're thinking right now?
Well, I think it's the choice of language that he's using. He's not been in direct contact recent days. That just tells you it could be anything from a direct phone call to the last 3 days. There's no question that Iran seeks a diplomatic solution on its own terms. It's been public about this, and they have stated repeatedly that they have attempted to reach out through interlocutors offering a half deal that the United States will not accept. That's the issue. They wish to retain a nuclear program that is capable of building a weapon, a missile program that is capable of building not only missiles possible to threaten our neighbors, that they could one day build an ICBM capable of threatening the United States, as well as the Quds Force. Washington will no longer accept this. The president will no longer accept this, and that's where we are. So the Iranian position is just a propaganda statement.
And the messaging coming out of Iran is that if there's any US strike, it will be considered all-out war. Norman, how concerning is this for the region, as Iran still has considerable military assets?
Well, the Iranians certainly do have considerable military assets. The region is not involved in this conflict. The United States is not approaching this with regional partners. There's no reason for Iran to attack the region, its neighbors. If it does so, it's pulling the region in on its own terms. It's not doing that because of the United States. And Iran also knows it cannot compete with U.S. military technology. Its military forces are simply unable to defend themselves against what the U.S. Can bring against them. That doesn't mean they can't respond with missiles or drones, and they will certainly attempt to do so in some sort of an attack. But Iran's military is professional, and they understand their capabilities in comparison to the United States, and they're quite poor.
And just something that I noticed, Norman, is we saw Donald Trump posting on Truth Social today, and it was quite interesting because he's warning Iran to make a deal with the US on nuclear weapons. But just weeks ago, Donald Trump also took to Truth Social when it came to the anti-government protests and encouraged people in Iran to keep protesting. He also said help is on the way, and many people thought Donald Trump was going to possibly strike Iran during these protests that we did see. That didn't happen. We're seeing another set of threats from Donald Trump. Are these just empty threats from the US president, or should they be taken seriously?
They should certainly be taken seriously. Absolutely. And I certainly don't speak for the president, but I think the president most likely would make the case that he stated that the extreme violence was underway in Iran, and that if it did not stop, he would consider military action. That violence was horrific and extreme, but it does appear to have subsided. His issue now is what his issue has been for his current term and the previous term, Iran's nuclear, missile, and regional adventurism program. And he is adamant that this must be resolved. So his position has been fairly consistent. It's just now he believes he's going to take advantage of Iran's weakened state and pursue this with diplomatic, economic, and military tools.
And it's quite interesting, Norman, because it's very difficult for us to get any of the exact numbers coming out of Iran because there has been an internet blackout in the country following those anti-government protests. What's next for Iran if the US does strike? I think these are the questions that many people are asking. Could there possibly be a power vacuum? How will this play out? What's the long-term goal here by the US?
Well, if you're in Iran, what is clear is that the situation is unsustainable. They have had such frequent nationwide unrest over the same causes since 2017 that you are really facing three threats: that either the government changes its policies to survive, or the people will change the government, or an external action such as that being undertaken by the United States will change the government. That's inevitability right now. They're facing the transition to a post-revolutionary leadership generation. It's inevitable. This is a change in their history. They're just just at an inflection point in their own history, and they're not proving themselves very good at making a decision. And that's why I say we're facing a likelihood of military action, because they seem to be unable to make decisions on these strategic issues.
Norman Rule, brilliant to have your analysis. Thank you so much for your time and for speaking to me.
You're welcome.
Now, the situation in Minnesota is going to de-escalate a little bit. That's according to President Donald Trump, following the second fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen by ICE agents. Speaking to Fox News, Trump spoke about the deaths of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, who were both shot by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis. Trump said Pretty shouldn't have been carried a gun, but didn't agree with members of his administration who called him a domestic terrorist. Take a listen.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I will tell you, you look at the numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded, and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. You know, Bovino's very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, oh, gee, that, you know, they're incensed about anything.
We can now cross live to Las Vegas, Nevada, to speak to Republican strategist and former Nevada Republican chairwoman, Amy Tarkanian. Amy, good to have you back on the show with me. Thank you for your time today. Amy, I just want to start. Donald Trump appears to be a president in retreat as he faces criticism from both sides of the political aisle over ICE agents in Minneapolis. How is he currently weathering the storm?
Well, I don't know if I would call it retreat. I think it's pretty clear if you see the video from multiple angles that there is a problem and there needs to be accountability. There needs to be possibly, new oversight, some more equipping, training of these ICE federal agents. They are overwhelmed, obviously. And yes, he is correct that there are paid individuals that do go in to agitate. However, Alex Pretty was allowed to carry a weapon. He had, everything that made it lawful for him to do so. It is reported that he didn't have his documentation on him, which that could be a problem, but it's pretty clear that things got out of control very quickly. So it doesn't matter really what your political affiliation is. This is a matter of safety. This is something that I think we need to have extreme transparency on, because now that the public is well aware that this took place, and it wasn't just one singular situation, unfortunately, the public needs answers, and we demand answers.
And the shooting of Alex Pretty is still the big story in the U.S. and Trump's criticism of him for carrying a gun. And you just actually mentioned that yourself to me, Amy. The U.S. gun lobby, the NRA, has hit back. Is the president questioning the Second Amendment and U.S. gun rights? And you want things to be transparent, but how concerning is this messaging?
Sure. Well, it's mixed messaging, and it's not honest in the fact that he did have the correct law-abiding process done in order to lawfully carry a weapon. That is his right. And it doesn't matter where he's taking it to, whether it be a grocery store that allows weapons, whether it be, a protest. He is lawfully able to carry a weapon. Now, the question was, was, did he brandish it? Did he pull it out on another federal agent? And according to the video, that was not the case. In fact, it looked like one of the agents actually removed his weapon, left the scene, and then the other agents who were left behind continued to punch and kick both Alex and the other woman that he was trying to help get up in the first place off the ground. And then we're assuming that there possibly may have been a shot that went off maybe when the removal happened, which then scared the other agents. But then they proceeded to not just shoot once or twice, but at least half a dozen, if not more times. So there needs to be a very thorough investigation. And as mentioned earlier, they need to be transparent with the public, because now everyone is just disgusted and quite honestly, very fearful.
Amy, do you think that the Trump administration is losing its way on the immigration issue? I just heard you speak there and you said everyone is disgusted and you need things to be transparent. What's going so wrong here?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but I could say, the fact that the president did campaign heavily on making sure that border security was going to be a priority. And he did make it very clear that if you are here illegally, you need to either remove yourself and go back to the country of your origin and then try to come back and get in line the correct way, or else there will be massive repercussions. And so there has been plenty of that the warnings given. Now, the fact that we have conflicting reports of, children being removed from their parents, or them going into certain areas of towns and cities and doing a complete massive sweep and accidentally taking a U.S. citizen here and there, that is yet to actually be found to be true in most circumstances. However, just one of those instances actually being true is too many. And so I think that we need to make sure that our local and our federal agents are actually cooperating with one another. And the unfortunate situation that we're seeing in Minnesota is that you also have politicians who are hell-bent on saying we do not need federal agents in, and that's actually causing, I think, even more of a problem. So if you had everybody working on the same page, I think we'd see less of the situations like the Alex Preddy one that unfortunately took place.
And I guess that's why Donald Trump wants Tom Homan in there to try and get this dialogue up with the Democrats in those areas. But I just want to ask you a final question. And Trump has accused the Congresswoman Ilhan Omar of organizing an attack against herself after she had an unknown liquid sprayed on her. What do you make of this?
I think that's childish, and I think that's an assumption that he probably needs to keep within his private circle. I don't think that fanning the flames helps anything. And if that were the case, then shame on her. And if not, I think that's a scary situation. And actually, there has been a dramatic increase in attacks on our politicians. And so, I think it's to be taken seriously, not to be made a joke of.
Amy Tarkanian, as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with retired Brigadier General Peter Zawak, who's in Newport, Rhode Island. And it was quite interesting there, Peter. I don't know if you heard my conversation with Amy, but she was definitely saying now is the time for people to talk, for the Democrats and Republicans to come together. But in your opinion, Peter, is this a climb down from President Donald Trump following the political fallout over the fatal shooting of 2 U.S. citizens by ICE officers?
Yes, thank you for having me. The president right now, unfortunately, just inflames when he speaks. He, yes, there's an attempted conciliation, and then a dart is thrown, and it's not healthy. And this is manifested in the way our Congress reacts back and forth. And and then our population. We've heard it from several people. We suffer from an enormous trust deficit in the United States. And you can see it playing out in the aftermath of the tragic shootings in Minnesota the last couple days. There's no civility between the political parties. I'm retired military. The veterans, veterans groups are livid at what happened to the medic, to the medic who was shot just 3 days ago. I mean, it's just one thing after another. The trust deficit is bad, and it also plays out into our foreign affairs and our policies. And you see this.
So, Peter, you actually seem pretty frustrated when you're talking to me right now about the US President Donald Trump, the situation that's been unfolding in Minneapolis. And of course, an ICU nurse lost his life. We also had another US citizen lose her life. Right now, what can the Democrats do to change things, to tone down the rhetoric, to make things a little bit easier right now for the US and get that trust back from the people?
Leigh Ann, it is a great question. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to come between the various elements and groups and advocates in our population. The moral tone, the verbal tone needs to start with leadership, to include Congress. Right now, as we know, there is a hearing right now with Marco Rubio in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, finally having a discussion about our interventions, I'll say, and the trust deficit we have internationally. Our whole body politic, to include our population, doesn't trust each other. I think that a lot of people really want to get it back on track. Maybe the government, both parties or multiple parties, see that it is going too far. And who knows? All I know is that I think that we have as I said before, and it's being recognized, huge trust deficit. Groups don't trust each other. Population don't trust each other. The whole issue with Minnesota and ICE and all of that, it starts with trust. They don't trust them, and for good reason, because they've come in like stormtroopers. So we've got a problem, and we need to work on our own house. Well, meanwhile, not burning our foreign relations down, as we are seeing with Greenland, Denmark, and NATO. I'm a lifetime NATO guy, so I've been very, very, very troubled by what I've seen.
So, Peter, I just want to speak to you a little bit about, we've been discussing, and you've been talking to me about the lack of trust, these deep divisions in society in the US at the moment, and we're watching pictures on our screen, and we can see that play out in places like Minneapolis, where ICE agents have been delivered and where they're going. But listen, the big question here is the midterm elections, they're not far off. Donald Trump has them in his mind's eye. He went to a rally in Iowa yesterday. We saw thousands of protesters gather there. Do you think that now maybe Donald Trump will think, I need to focus on domestic issues and not so much on foreign policy to get things back on track?
I think it's a very, very good question. And I think for his political survival, he must. Now, in doing so, calm down the foreign policy and rhetoric.
But then it's interesting you say that, because he just
focus on our own on our own narrative domestically.
And it's interesting you say that, because you say calm down on the foreign policy, but he just put on Truth Social another warning to Iran, Peter.
Your point is great, because he has so many, much of his own making, kettles, if you will, bubbling right now, both in foreign policy and then this huge domestic problem, which was already simmering, but blew out just now with Minnesota and is nowhere near resolution. I am very glad that this is now in our Congress, where it should be, should have been from the get-go. Where senators and representatives have a hard time speaking and are looking for rudder guidance, if you will, from the White House, especially on the Republican side. So yes, we have major problems. However, they aren't all standalone. I mean, the international issues could overwhelm or subsume domestic problems, but in the same token, our domestic problems could overwhelm whatever we're trying to do internationally. And what we don't want are if you will, a situation where one is being used to mask the other. And this goes back at the trust deficit in my own country. And you see this in Minnesota. People don't trust each other, and it's really dangerous. But at least now our people in Congress are talking about it. I think the White House, or even our gun control people, which is a major issue in the states, have been put back on their back feet based on the president saying we got to get a handle on the guns. So we are in a swirl right now. We need to stay clear-eyed on the main big objectives. As you mentioned, one of them in my mind is foreign policy and our allies. We can talk about our threats, but you need your allies to deal with your threats. And then within the United States, we just got to find a way, both sides, to calm each other down. And this plays out into our population.
Peter, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to leave it there. But it was brilliant to speak to you. And it was a really interesting conversation, especially on the trust deficit you're talking to me about. Peter Zawak, thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Syria's President Ahmad al-Sharaa is in Moscow today to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's thought the two leaders will discuss bilateral ties as well as ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. It follows a ceasefire agreement between the Syrian army and the Kurdish-led SDF after recent fighting in northeast Syria. I'm now joined by Faraz Sweran, Syrian-American political analyst and lecturer at Princeton University. Faraz, thank you so much for joining me today. It's great to have you on the show. So, the Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa is meeting his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin in Moscow today. Just 3 months after their last meeting, what will be up for discussion this time round?
Hi, Leigh Ann. Thank you for having me. I think we can look at Shara's visit to Russia from two different angles this time. The first one is related to the future of the Russian forces and bases in Syria and creating some sort of power balance in Syria and the region. And the second one related to possible relations and cooperation between Syria economically and militarily. So I'll talk about the first one first. There is an interest first by the United States, by the Trump administration, that the Russian bases should remain in Syria for the time being. And that's the same interest shared by Israel. And the argument behind that, at least to my understanding and to my connections and analysis in the news I know from here in DC, that there is a fear from the Israelis that if the Russians leave Syria permanently, that will create a vacuum, or that will strengthen the Turkish presence presence in Syria and create more influence, and the Israelis see Turkey here as a possible threat, not only Iran. So this is the opposite of the Biden administration wanted. Earlier, as you know, the Shura came to power towards the end of the Biden administration, and then the request or the demand was to remove all of the Russian bases. However, the Trump administration here seems to want the opposite. However, we shouldn't look at that Trump has any bad relation with the Turks, if you like, because he does have good relation with Turkey and with President Erdogan. It's just a matter of creating balance in Syria. The second angle I look at this, what could be possibly discussed here is possible future economic and military cooperation between Syria and Russia. As we know, Syria was for a long time the main ally of Russia in the Middle East since the Soviet time. Most of the former Syrian regime and governments, if you like, the military was provided by Russia. Most of the weapons and the infrastructure in the military was Russian. So we might see actually new agreements lead to that. There is also a possible, or there are some talks about possible role for Russia in rebuilding Syria after the fall of Assad. There's also a possible discussion about handing over some of the former regime affiliates. However, that is not related to Bashar al-Assad, as many Syrians hope, including me. Putin won't turn Assad back, hand him to Syria. It's probably the second or the third level former Bashar al-Assad affiliates that might be delivered to Syria. We don't know. This is just speculation at the moment.
It's really interesting what you said to me. You said that the US actually wants Russia to keep a presence in Syria, as you and I are discussing, for lots of the reasons you gave me. And I find that absolutely fascinating, because right now the US is trying to reach a deal with Russia on Ukraine, putting pressure on both sides to come to the negotiating table. So it's really interesting how they're all going to work together in Syria. But I just want to move into the fact that al-Shura has repeatedly pushed for Russia to hand over Assad and his wife, you just mentioned it, and about $2 billion in liquid assets held by his family in Russian banks. Will Putin ever agree to this?
That's the $1 million question, Leigh Ann. I personally don't think, and many people might agree, I don't know, that Putin will hand over Assad and his wife personally. That will send the wrong message to Putin's allies elsewhere in the world. So if someone is currently supporting Putin or an ally of Putin and see Putin handing over one of his main allies for a long time over to Syria, what would you do? You wouldn't even trust Putin. And I think Putin cares about being trusted by his allies. So I don't think that's a possibility. However, I do think there might be a possibility of handing over what you just mentioned, liquidities and some of Assad's wealth that was transferred to Russia. That is possible. I think that could happen.
And Faris, it's so interesting because, we've been talking about the different dynamics that are happening in Syria now that al-Shura has come into power, and we saw Bashar al-Assad leave. But since coming to power, al-Shura has developed closer ties with the US and Israel. How is this reshaping Syria? How different is Syria looking now?
Great. From a Syrian government perspective, I think what I heard multiple times, and from the people I talked to in my recent visit, I just came back from a 6-week visit to Syria, and I think the consensus is Syria wants zero problems with its neighbors, zero problems with the world powers. So they want a good relationship with the United States, and they want the United States support, and we see that it turned around. They also don't want problems with Russia. So they want good relations with Russia, and they want good relations with neighboring countries. So as you know, as many people had been following the news, know that there is like an undergoing negotiations between the Israelis and the Syrians about a possible security agreement. So that is one of the main issues Syria wants to achieve here. They're trying hard to stabilize the country in terms of security. They're trying to neutralize any possible threats from its neighbors. So Syria is headed toward the following: to have good relationships with everybody as much as possible, even with former enemies, if we consider Russia a former enemy. I don't think we see any possible relations with Iran in the near future unless something major happens in Iran and the current regime collapse. However, Syria wants to have a security in place. They want to have good relations with its neighbors so they can start rebuilding economically and the transitional period infrastructure and such.
Faris, it was brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time and all your insights and analysis today.
Thank you.
Now, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has begun his three-day visit to China today with a large delegation of business leaders. It's expected the UK is looking to enhance its trade relationship with Beijing. Jan David reports.
It's been more than a year since this handshake between Keir Starmer and Xi Jinping in Brazil. Now, experts are expecting the UK leader's trip to Beijing may reboot ties with China. It's the first visit by a British leader since 2018 and comes amidst a recent flurry of diplomacy between China and Western countries heading against the unpredictability of the US. The visit marks a critical shift after years of strained ties over Beijing's political crackdown in Hong Kong, its unwillingness to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and British allegations of spying. Starmer brings with him a delegation of more than 50 business leaders. He says the UK must recognise the economic opportunities of ties with China while remaining vigilant about security threats.
The absence of engagement is just staggering. A dereliction of duty, because it means that, unlike our allies, we have not been standing up for our interests. Well, no more. It's time for a serious approach, to reject the simplistic binary choice, neither golden age nor ice age.
China says it's ready to deepen cooperation and build trust with the UK.
Against the backdrop of a complex and volatile international situation, enhanced communication and cooperation between China and the UK serve the common interests of the two peoples and are conducive to promoting world peace, sustainability and development.
Experts expect business to be a political adhesive.
The UK doesn't necessarily have a lot that China needs, but I do think the UK has a lot that China wants. And it'll be interesting to see those areas where the UK really does excel, things like life sciences, things like professional services and green finance.
His schedule includes a meeting with the President Xi Jinping on Thursday before travelling to Shanghai on Friday for talks with local executives. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Gold has broken above $5,300 an ounce for the first time ahead of a Federal Reserve decision. The rally follows comments from President Trump signalling support for a weaker dollar and lower interest rates, with markets now watching closely for remarks from the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. And it's turned to all the sports news now. Novak Djokovic's chase for a record 25th Grand Slam is still alive after he scraped into the Australian Open semi-finals when Lorenzo Musetti pulled out with an injury while leading by 2 sets. Next up, Djokovic faces a defending champion, Jannik Sinner. Definitely one to watch. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump warns another armada is floating towards Iran as he says time is running out for Tehran. Meanwhile, the US president says things will de-escalate in Minnesota following the fatal shootings of 2 US citizens by ICE agents. And Syria's leader arrives in Moscow to discuss bilateral ties and the situation in the Middle East with Vladimir Putin. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
How tough is too tough? How far is too far? Immigration officials have killed 2 American citizens in a little over 2 weeks in Minnesota. Now, some Republicans are echoing calls from Democrats for a full and transparent investigation. Is the president looking for an off-ramp to the crisis? We put it to our panel coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making the headlines right now. And joining me today is former Chief of Staff of the White House National Security Council, Alex Gray. Alex, thank you for joining us. Alex, we've been hearing a lot of confusing public signaling on what action President Trump is planning to take on Iran. As a former National Security Council official under President Trump, you have been in those rooms as he was making those decisions. Can you give us some insight on the process? How does President Trump make these history-altering decisions, and what is his management style?
Well, I think the thing that we're noticing here that's being so effective at the current moment with Iran particularly is he does value ambiguity. He does value the fact that the adversary doesn't know what he's going to do. And I think he's done 2 things which are really, really helping on Iran. One is reestablishing deterrence. So we saw after Ukraine, after the Afghanistan withdrawal that was so disastrous under the Biden administration, the United States was just not taken seriously globally as a great power. And between what he did in Caracas with Maduro, what he's done with Midnight Hammer in Iran, he's restored American deterrence. And then the fact that, as I've heard the president say many times, he believes in the Richard Nixon madman theory of diplomacy. The fact that the adversary doesn't ever know what he's capable of doing gives him tremendous leverage. And so I think he's taking those two things, deterrence and ambiguity, and he's using it to his advantage.
Yeah, that's very interesting insight. And at this point, Trump's repeated warnings have raised expectations among protesters risking their lives. Does the U.S. now have a moral obligation or even a, quote, credibility issue, as some reports indicate Secretary Rubio has stated, to take action against the Iranian government?
Well, I think that the credibility issue I'm not so worried about, because we're already seeing the president leveraging the momentum and the gains that he's made in terms of restoration of deterrence and the strategic ambiguity to have real world impacts on Iranian regime behavior. So we saw today the announcement that the Iranian regime has basically said they're not going to execute 800 protesters. When has the Iranian regime ever shown mercy to anybody? They did that because they're in fear that President Trump is going to live up to exactly what he said. So that's deterrence in action. And the second thing is, when the protests first started, the regime did something very different than they did in 2009 or just a couple of years ago. They tried to buy off the protesters by offering them a very insulting $7 a month to leave the streets. Again, when has the regime ever shown that type of leniency to protesters? And I think that's directly attributable to the credibility President Trump has with the regime, that he's not going to go and give them pallets of cash for a promise to denuclearize. He's going to actually potentially do something with American power to change their calculus.
Alex, you're also an expert on weapons of mass destruction. As the Trump administration considers its option, can you tell us what role the Iranian nuclear material and missile stocks play in the decision-making for the Trump administration? What might they perceive as a potential threat or risk in carrying out a strike of sorts on Iranian targets?
Well, I think we know that the Midnight Hammer operation with the Israelis definitely degraded their capabilities, but those capabilities, they have for 35 years been making a concerted effort to keep both the missile program and the nuclear program continuously moving forward. There's no reason to think that they're going to stop that. And further, there's no reason to think that failed negotiations that had been done under presidents going back to Bill Clinton would have any impact on their behavior without the threat of credible use of force, which the president established in Midnight Hammer. So I think where we are, the president took he took negotiations off the table, and he was smart to do that, because the Iranian regime, again, they always think that they can use the nuclear program to hoodwink the Americans into making concessions or looking the other way when they repress protesters. The president's made very clear, we're not talking about denuclearization. We're not talking about concessions. We are focused on using our actual credibility and our deterrence, our use of force, the potential to use force, to keep the regime from doing things that destabilize the region and oppress their own people.
Alex, but at the same time, we've been hearing reporting that President Trump heard from his current NSC and Pentagon officials about potential Iranian targets. And so I'm curious, from your perspective as a WMD expert, do you think that there are potential risks that the administration is considering might unfold if they were to take some sort of strikes or actions against Iranian sites?
Well, there always are risks when you're targeting potential WMD sites, and those are factored in. And I think, particularly working with the Israelis have shown that they have penetrated the Iranian regime from an intelligence perspective to an extraordinary extent. And I think between some of the very exquisite capabilities we have on the intelligence side and what the Israelis have done on the human intelligence side, which is extraordinary, I think we have a very good understanding of where the current state of the program is. And when you combine that real-time intelligence with some of the extraordinarily precise military capabilities we have, I think there are certainly ways to continue to degrade the program, if necessary, that we can bring to bear on the intelligence and on the kinetic side. The question really for me, Ellie, is just how much deterrence can we bring to bear to prevent a potential need for that type of strike? And I think right now, the president's doing a very good job of being able to change the regime's calculus without just by the threat of force. And we're going to have to watch it evolve. But I think the fact that they know he's willing to use force is right now our greatest weapon.
And the media is also reporting that America's Gulf allies, Qatar, Oman, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, have made the case against U.S. intervention. How impactful do you believe that is?
Well, some of our Gulf allies, obviously, they're in a difficult geopolitical position. Some of them have the Iranians actively trying to destabilize the Shiite populations in their own countries. Some of these places like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they live under the threat of Iranian influence every single day and Iranian proxy terror every single day. So they have vested interests and understandable interests in many cases in wanting the United States to take a particular line with Iran. And that's not necessarily the American interest. The American interest here is preventing the regime from suppressing its own people again, the way they did in 2009, and regenerating the nuclear program, the missile program, and regenerating the proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas that are targeting both American interests, Israeli interests, but also, as I said, our Gulf Arab allies' interests.
Would it not be the case also that a Middle East freed of an Iranian government accused of being a destabilizing influence would make Israel safer and promote President Trump's vision of a wealthy, peaceful, and integrated region, which he laid out last year in Saudi Arabia?
There's no question that the Iranian regime, as it's currently constituted, the Ayatollah theocracy, is the most destabilizing, the most dangerous, it is the poison that has infected the Middle East since 1979. And so much of the death and destruction that's occurred in the Middle East, whether you think about who was it that was funding the explosively formed penetrators in Iraq that were killing American soldiers and maiming American soldiers. It was Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Of course, President Trump took out Qasem Soleimani in early 2020. So you think about Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis in Yemen. You go down the list of horrible terrorist proxies in the region. You can trace all of them back to the Iranians. And so that regime has been spreading terror, spreading malign influence for 40 years. No one's going to shed a tear if that regime goes away. I think what we have to be thinking about is what's the balance between the need for the United States to keep stability, current temporary short-term stability, with what if we were to push the regime over the top, have a change in government there, and then of course there's always the uncertainty of what do you get after regime change, and the president's going to have to balance long-term uncertainty versus short-term uncertainty.
Within Iran, we've been hearing chanting for the return of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah of Iran, who was ousted in 1979 Islamic Revolution. Do you think that Reza Pahlavi could help lead transition in Iran?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When I was in government, there was always a great deal of question about whether he had the legitimacy to even serve as a transitional figure in Iran after the Ayatollahs. He's shown himself over the last couple of weeks to have more legitimacy and more popular support than maybe a lot of American analysts thought. I think the key here is that, as he has said himself, he is at most a transitional figure to a longer-term Iranian post-Ayatollah regime. And so I think figuring out, they're definitely, based on his ability to mobilize popular support in the last week, there's definitely, I think, a role for him. The question is, what is that role? How long-term is it? And again, like with Venezuela, what does a transitional period look like to a more popular, elected, democratic form of government over the long term look like?
You mentioned Venezuela. The Trump administration has said it plans to control Venezuela's oil resources indefinitely as it seeks to rebuild the country's dilapidated oil industry. What reaction can we expect of allies of Venezuela like Russia and China, which is dependent on that oil?
Well, this is all part of the president's broader strategy that he laid out in his national security strategy, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, that outside powers like Russia, China, Iran will no longer be permitted to operate in our hemisphere. And so I think to your question, absolutely, the Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese are petrified that the president is following through on what the commitment he made in that document, that they're no longer going to be able to exert proxies and spheres of influence in our hemisphere. The Cuban regime has been propped up by the Russians, the Iranians. There's a Chinese listening post 90 miles from Key West on Cuba and Cuban shores. Nicaragua, the Ortega regime that's been a thorn in our side for 45 years. It's propped up by the Russians and the Chinese. We know Caracas was crawling with Hezbollah operatives. I mean, we are finally getting to something that I think people like you and I have watched for a long time, which is that these dictatorships in our hemisphere have been proxies of our global adversaries. And the president is finally saying enough is enough. Rather than us focusing on these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, let's get our house in order in our hemisphere first. And then once we've done that, we can look more expansively. But that has to come first.
And Alex, given what a threat that that new Trump approach, the Monroe Doctrine, as you refer to it, presents to U.S. adversary China, do you think that there can be some sort of a potential response from the Chinese, perhaps asymmetrical warfare?
Well, it's a real concern. And we saw the week before the Venezuela operation, the Chinese were publicly broadcasting that they were conducting combat simulations of warfare in our hemisphere, in the Gulf of America. This is something they think about. Look, they're buying, as you know well, they're buying farmland all over the United States, not just next to key military installations, but they're buying farmland with the purpose of controlling American agricultural production of key crops in specific geographies. You don't do that if you're not planning asymmetric activity, if you're not planning to do something on the homeland. I have no doubt that they are looking at their options. I tend to think, the Chinese have always viewed our homeland. They've literally said this in their strategy documents. They view our homeland as the soft underbelly of the United States. And they view, they do not view themselves. There was a book called Unrestricted Warfare from the late 90s, where the Chinese military said publicly, you can buy this on Amazon. They said publicly, we look at the United States homeland as a potential target in the event of a war over Taiwan. So the Chinese are thinking very expansively about this sort of thing. I think what's more likely to happen is they're going to take the president's decisive action in the hemisphere as a clear signal that the president's not going to tolerate meddling in the Western hemisphere any longer. And they're going to go project their tendency for malign influence closer to their shores. But as I said, they're going to keep every option open in the event of an actual conflict to try and bring pressure to bear on Americans where we live.
And turning to Americans and where Americans live right here in the United States, I'd like to discuss the ICE activity in Minnesota amidst an ongoing Somali fraud scandal there. The Trump administration's version of the shooting has been rejected by the Democrat Party state and local officials who say a bystander video showed Ms. Good steering away from the officer. What do you think the safety implications for ICE and Border Control is as they're trying to carry out their work?
Well, it's a very real threat. And I think what we're seeing that really concerns me is you're starting to see Democratic politicians in places like Minnesota. So think Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, think Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, using rhetoric that is truly insurrectionary. I mean, they're using rhetoric that is almost justifying violence against federal immigration officers, federal law enforcement in general. It's really shocking that you have elected public officials in the United States at the state or local level who are setting up this contrast between the citizenry and federal law enforcement officers conducting lawful operations. That is really that's something we haven't seen in a very long time in this country. And so I think you really have to start, either these politicians are going to step back and they're going to recalibrate their language, or we need to start holding them accountable for things like this shooting, because they directly, through painting ICE as a predatory, illegitimate force, they are contributing directly to a climate that is promoting violence. And that's just unacceptable.
The officers deployed to Minneapolis are being ordered not just to focus on finding immigration law breaches, but also on tackling people protesting against ICE. Do you think ICE has enough resources to manage what seems to be an escalating situation? And how do you see all of this ending?
I think ultimately, and I think it's unfortunate, but I do think that the president at some point may have to consider using the Insurrection Act and bringing in additional federal resources, because look, I think ICE and DHS could handle this if you did not have local Democratic officials and state Democratic officials openly encouraging the illegal defiance of the federal government. The problem is Tim Walz has actually said he would use the National Guard of the state of Minnesota to help oppose federal immigration enforcement. That is an insurrectionary statement. And so if we continue to have this type of destabilizing and just extra constitutional behavior by elected officials, the president may have no choice but to put federal resources, to include federal military resources in. And I think that's very unfortunate. That's something that no American should want. But if it's a question of keeping the legitimacy of federal law enforcement operations and protecting our ICE agents versus doing that, I would have to err on the side of invoking the Insurrection Act if that's what it takes.
And Alex, for our last segment, I'd love to turn our attention to Greenland. Do you think that President Trump is putting U.S. relations with Europe at stake with the Trump policy towards what seems to be wanting to perhaps have some sort of territorial takeover of Greenland?
Look, I don't think that there's any issue here with Europe. I think Europe is creating an issue out of nothing. This is something that American presidents going back to the 1860s have all said, which is that Greenland's essential to America's national security. The president has a number of options. There's a short-term option here, which is to make sure that under our existing arrangement with Denmark, we put more U.S. military assets in Greenland. I hope we do that. We should do that. There are Chinese submarines that are going up and down the coast of Greenland on a regular basis. That's a direct threat to U.S. national security. Longer term, Greenland should be part of the United States. They're going to get independence from Denmark. They've been on that path for 50 years. The question is, when they're independent, who greets them on the other end? Is it Beijing and Moscow, or is it Washington? And so what I think the president is simply saying here, set aside the rhetoric, set aside the European posturing. What the president's simply saying here is, we cannot, from a national security perspective, allow a Greenland that falls under the influence of our adversaries. Now, does that mean they become a territory like Guam or American Samoa? I think that would be the best solution. If that's not the case, then we have to have a very clear relationship with an independent Greenland that gives the U.S. extraordinary access to their airspace, to their land, to their territory. So this is not a President Trump idea. He's pushed this farther than any American president in recent years. But presidents from FDR to Harry Truman to Dwight Eisenhower have all had similar inclinations on Greenland. This is very deeply rooted in American strategy.
And just so our audience understands, beyond what you just explained, what about, we're hearing about natural resources in Greenland that the United States might be interested in. Could you break that down for us a bit?
Well, there is potential there. We know that there are considerable mineral resources in Greenland and potentially energy resources as well. One of the problems is that Denmark has not done anything to develop those resources, to the point that there really hasn't been a geological survey done, the type of survey that American companies do regularly before mining activities. That's never been done in Greenland. We really are guesstimating just the extent of those resources. One of the things that America can offer our Greenlandic friends is if we come into Greenland, we can actually develop those resources in a way that benefit the people of Greenland, something that Denmark has not done in the hundreds of years that they have had control of that island.
All right, Alex, great. Thanks so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
Thanks for having me.
And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, we're going to speak now to Omar Ahmed Bahlewa, who is the president of Optimum Business Consulting Bureau, who advises and guides local companies and FDIs in the kingdom. Thanks so much for joining us from Riyadh. I want to talk about that new legislation that I was just mentioning there. Saudi Arabia opening the stock market to foreign investors as of the 1st of February. Could you just start by putting that in perspective for us? How significant is this move, in your opinion?
The market is huge. We are the largest market in the Middle East compared to any other country in the Middle East. We are as big as 3 or 4 countries altogether. At the same time, the companies in the Atassi market are in the capital market are really good companies. We've been experiencing lots of processing in the last 3 or 4 decades. Some big companies joined the Atassi, like the biggest oil company in the world, Aramco, in addition, of course, of the Saudi banks, financial institutions, health institutions, etc. So the market will be open widely for investors to come and buy shares, invest in these companies, acquire some shares, and either on small or medium or as much as 100%. So the opportunities are very good. And the timing, Tom, the timing is excellent. I mean, for any investor to come at this time, this is the time for buying shares in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thanks for that. We're going to come on to the topic of deregulation for foreign property owners in just a moment. But let's just stay on the macroeconomic picture in Saudi Arabia for a bit longer. What would you say are the main indicators at this moment? And what do they tell us about the overall health of the Saudi economy?
We are the largest economy in the Middle East with an overall GDP of $1.250 trillion. So we are large we're by large the biggest country in terms of economy. And on the other side, we are a vibrant economy as well. So the future is massive. We have the Vision 2030 up to 2030. But in Davos, these days, most of the leaders of Saudi Arabia are talking about 2040 and 2050. They're talking about the beginning of the second stage of developments in Saudi Arabia. In addition, we have lots of activities coming in the short and medium term, like Expo 2030, World Cup in 2034, and 2027 we have Asia Cup. Also, the openness of tourism, the mining industry on the other side, the AI and technology development on the other side. Also, we have opened another wide investment sector in the health industry. So you're talking about massive opportunities in the country, and we are, as I say, the vibrant society and our vibrant business. So the massive or the progress of development and investments in Saudi Arabia is unstoppable.
Okay, now moving on to that other big announcement that, as I said earlier, has just been made. Now, this deregulation regarding foreign property ownership. How significant is that, do you think?
Real estate industry is the largest industry after oil in Saudi Arabia. And most of the investments that are coming now on a massive and large scale, even mega scale, are in real estate. For an example, PIF is investing in many sectors of real estate, like in the tourism in Amala and Red Sea and the gate of Jeddah, Mecca Road. Also in Neom, that's another well-known real estate development project. In addition to the southern part and central part of Saudi Arabia, residential houses. We're talking now, even now we have what's so-called Trump palaces. That's another huge project coming for the elite and worldwide. Whoever wants to buy a very special resident in a very special area with lots of facilities. That's such an example of projects in real estate. So as I say, the real estate is the second largest industry in Saudi Arabia, and it is coming massively. So opening that sector for foreign investors is another I would say trend of Saudi Arabia to open the country for the world.
Now, you've had a long career as a businessman, more than 30 years as a consultant specifically. What sort of words would you use to describe the evolution of the Saudi business environment during those 30 years that you've been active?
Evolution of economy never stopped in Saudi Arabia. I mean, when I started, I was like a young engineer. So when I started, we were like financing industries in Saudi Arabia, or providing finance and SIDF to industries in Saudi Arabia. And that was another way of accelerating and expanding the industrial sector in Saudi Arabia. Then, of course, I joined many other organizations from management of different companies, until at final destination was in the Council Saudi Chambers, where we used to promote Saudi Arabia internationally. I was Secretary General of the Committee for International Trade, so we were going all over the world to market Saudi Arabia in terms of not only investments, but in terms of partnership. We took delegations to all over the world, just name it, North America, Europe, Far East, China, Japan, Korea, etc. And at the same time, when they come over, we also match them with the local investors, like Saudi investors, and we put heads together to make sure that they join efforts to build up projects. And we have succeeded I was lucky to be a contributor of that participation and development of Saudi Arabia.
Thanks. And could you tell us a bit more about the profile of the sorts of investors that are entering the Saudi market today, and perhaps how you've seen the evolution of the profile of investors since you first went into business in the early 90s?
Well, I would say big difference. In the 90s, there was no FDI, and the ownership of foreigners were maximum 49%. Then in April 2000, the new foreign law have been issued, and then the FDI allowed foreigners to own their business 100%, and not only own it, but also they can they have lot like soft tax tax exemptions. Also, they can get loans from financial institutions, like government loans. Also, they can get or lease land for long term. They could also own their own real estate and major cities like Riyadh, Jeddah, and Eastern Province. In addition to many other processing, like they have their own visas. They can have their own families. They can sponsor their own families. And now with the new changes and new reformation of the laws and of Saudi Arabia, now foreigners can come over and can be treated as a Saudi in terms of everything, with the special visa, with the special resident permit, in addition to, of course, the real estate, practicing, bringing their family. And we have elaborated the society so they can live among Saudis. And I'm sure, Tom, you've visited Saudi Arabia and you've seen the massive change that took place from 2018 up to date. We ourselves couldn't believe it, and we cannot catch up with these changes in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that firsthand in every edition of The Real Deal. We talk more about it. Is there anything that, as a consultant who's helping some of these foreign investors find their way into the market and navigate the business landscape, are you seeing any mistakes that foreigners make over and over again when they try to break into the market?
Well, I would say the major mistake is the stereotype concept or perception of foreign investors about Saudi Arabia. So I would suggest for any investor to come over first and visit the country, understand not only the business culture, but also the social culture. In addition, they have to use the tools, especially in the private sector, like meet people in the Chamber of Commerce, visiting the Federation of Commerce, understanding the rules and regulations in the country. Everything is online now, so they don't have even to bother by hiring people at this stage or at the beginning, so they can get into the statistics, they get into licenses, they can get into loans, etc. online. We are very, very advanced in digital or e-government and digital industry, so they can really enjoy lots of features in the country and enjoy not only investing but also enjoying the quality of life, because we care about quality of life in the country. So lots of issues are there. So they have first to come and visit and visualize what's happening in the country, then join us and share the future with us, inshallah, for their prosperity and good future for them in Saudi Arabia.
And this is obviously happening because a lot of multinational companies are making Saudi Arabia, in particular Riyadh, their choice of destination for a regional headquarters. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I need to see more of SMEs to come over, have the courage to come over, because most of these SMEs can add value also, and they can start small, no problem. They can get loans, no problem. They can also stay on a smaller scale until they grow up. So I would encourage FDIs on SMEs. Big companies can find their ways around, but SMEs need help, and people like us can help them big time. Also, the country is not very expensive, so they can afford not only life, but also afford to do business in the country. Also, not to forget that the country is surrounded by about 500 million population in a radius of about 1 to 2 hours flying. So, and we are the gate to Africa. We are among three continents. So there are a lot to do. So I would encourage also SMEs from all over the world to have Saudi Arabia as their destination for their ideas and perspectives.
Now, you mentioned a couple of the sectors you've seen leading the huge transformation there in Saudi Arabia, and you said some of them at the beginning. I mean, which sectors do you think hold the most potential during the next decade?
I would say mining industry, because mining industry is big. You're talking about $2.8 trillion. I mean, worth of mining in Saudi Arabia, and if you put 3 or 4 folds on that will go up to about let's say $15 trillion worth of business in the next 2 or 3 decades. So mining industry is a very, very potential sector. However, other sectors like AI, Internet of Things, tourism is another massive, and it's just we've explored tourism only 6-7 years ago, and the massive volume of tourism in the country, especially the religion or religious tourism. Like we have the 2 holy mosque of Mecca and Medina, and that will attract 1.5 billion population in the Islamic world. So whoever has a concept of tourism, that's another fertile field for him to come and invest in that field. In addition, as I say, to education, health industry. Well, there are a lot. I mean, I cannot just brief them in a course of about a few minutes.
Fair enough. Lots to talk about. Anyway, we're just bringing this conversation to an end. Lots is changing. Any sort of parting message for our viewers?
Well, I always say, and always wherever I go worldwide, I say, come and share future with us. We have a young population, hospitable nation. We have a warm weather. We have nice industries. We have very nice living standards and quality living standards. So whoever wants to come in Saudi Arabia, he will really enjoy living in the country and building up a future with us.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Omar Ahmed Bahlewa, President of the Optimum Business Consulting Bureau. We really appreciate that parting message, and we really appreciate you talking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenhotep III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you'll see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
How tough is too tough? How far is too far? Immigration officials have killed 2 American citizens in a little over 2 weeks in Minnesota. Now, some Republicans are echoing calls from Democrats for a full and transparent investigation. Is the president looking for an off-ramp to the crisis? We put it to our panel coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Here in Davos, in the World Economic Forum, where geopolitics is really taking center stage. What do you think are the geopolitical themes that will affect how we do business in 2026, globally and especially in the MENA region?
So I have to say, Nadine, first of all, thank you for having this conversation. It continues from the previous conversations that we have. I have to say that geopolitics, AI, happens in every conversation here. And you talk about them. But I think the other piece that is coming through is that there is growth. The world is still growing. So there are many black swan events that are happening around us, but the world continues to grow. Now, a couple of things to just unpack that. One big theme that is emerging today is this concept of physical AI. So this is not just AI from what we use in our consumer format, which is maybe a chat GPT or something like that. It is really how AI shows up in our manufacturing systems, in our production lines, in our supply chains, and how the people who do that work there can touch and feel AI and see AI something that's real for them and not something that's talked about in headlines. And I think what's happened from 25 to 26 is that we have real examples of how this has already taken shape. The energy industry is leading that work in physical AI, and therefore the MENA region can be really a path-breaking innovation hub as we see physical AI taking shape.
Can you give us an example?
So I think last year, same time, I was talking about the potential for autonomous, in the energy value chain. Just in the last 2 months, the first few of our autonomous control rooms in the energy supply chain, actually in refineries, went live. They did their pilots, and we are likely to have them running at production scale in the next 2 or 3 months. Basically, what it means is you can predict events in a refinery and in energy value chain and take corrective action even before that event happens.
So this gives us a flavor of the changing role of Honeywell. Honeywell traditionally had been linked with the energy sector in the Gulf region, but now with Gulf countries diversifying their economies, there's an evolving role that Honeywell is playing. Can you tell us more about that?
So Honeywell is evolving itself. Just a quick update there as we continue our process that we've announced of the strategic transformation. Our aerospace business is on path to be a separate company. The Honeywell company that remains will become a pure play automation focused company. And what that does is we have 3 areas that we make an impact in. It is buildings, it is process, and it's industrial. So we were known primarily for process technology, but I think the building automation, process automation, and industrial automation are the 3 areas where in the Gulf region also we have significant presence and doing a lot of work. Buildings is a great example. All the giga projects that you hear about in Vision 2030 and beyond in Saudi are great examples of what we're doing in terms of giga projects. So there's a long list, of course, and we work through them.
So I'm going to ask you about the opportunities that you see in the diversification plans of countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, especially you mentioned now the giga projects, but there's also the industrial and logistical sectors, advanced manufacturing and others. What are the opportunities that you see there Honeywell?
Let me take that opportunity of physical AI. Physical AI is different in the sense that each part of the world will evolve differently on physical AI. Why do I say that? Because physical AI depends on what kind of industry verticals you are good at in a particular country. It depends on what kind of investments you're creating, in which part of the value chain you're creating investments, and most importantly, what people and skills are you starting with? What are your work practices? And that is what physical AI codifies and then enhances the capability for those workers going forward. I think in the MENA region, the unique opportunity, and especially in Saudi, is a lot of new greenfield investment is being set up in advanced manufacturing and in supply chain and logistics. So you don't have to go modify something in the brownfield. You can actually go create new infrastructure that is world-class ready infrastructure with physical AI at the get-go. So I believe that Saudi has a way to shape the world on physical AI.
How are you supporting national strategies, especially of Saudi Arabia, when it comes to specifically FDI, knowledge transfer and digitalization?
So maybe I'll take 3 examples on each of those. On FDI, we are about to open our new facility in Spark, which will have a lot of local production, not just for Saudi consumption, but it's an export-based facility, and therefore it's FDI coming in, also enabling export of products, which is Make in Saudi. On innovation, we are in deep partnerships with Aramco and with Kouth. So we are actually working on the single-stage crude-to-chemical process, and that announcement we made in February of last year. We are continuing to do that work both at the university level, at the company level. So that will be new innovation of technology. And finally, when it comes to skill enhancement, we are a very big part of the Saudiization and also bringing a lot of new talent from Saudi into not just Honeywell, but we also have a program where we take this talent globally, get them trained and bring them back into Saudi.
Let us finish with the question on your strategic priorities for the next couple of years in the MENA region. What are they?
I think very simply support the growth because there is so much focus on growth in Saudi and in the MENA region. We are deeply present. We are not new to the region. In every part of the Gulf countries, we have a local presence, but we are prioritizing. Saudi is very, very critical for us. We made it a separate region, and that gives us the strategic priority. We are connected for the new investments that will come in. The World Cup is a great example. We are continuing to support that process. The giga projects will continue. The process technology work will continue, and we'll think about new innovation now coming in partnership with partners in Saudi.
Our allies in many cases
cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
How tough is too tough? How far is too far? Immigration officials have killed 2 American citizens in a little over 2 weeks in Minnesota. Now, some Republicans are echoing calls from Democrats for a full and transparent investigation. Is the president looking for an off-ramp to the crisis? We put it to our panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. From a would-be assassin and domestic terrorist to a tragic death that warrants a thorough investigation, the White House has certainly toned down its rhetoric around the killing of intensive care nurse Alex Pretty.
Does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
Mr. Pretty was shot during an anti-immigration protest in Minneapolis, the second such shooting this month. Republicans had been towing President Trump's hard line since the ICE raids started last year. But now, some within the GOP are looking uncomfortable. On this head-to-head, we'll ask, is the Trump administration backing down from its tough ICE agenda? Are the protesters the ones inciting the violence? And have the ICE raids and deportations made America safer? For this debate, I'm joined by Kaivan Shroff, Democratic strategist and the 2024 DNC delegate for Kamala Harris. And Joey Manarino is here with us, a Republican political strategist. We appreciate both of your time on Counterpoints. Gentlemen, thanks for being here. Well, for months, there's been tension and increasing violence between US immigration officials and citizens opposed to their presence on American streets. The ICE agents are carrying out the election promise of President Donald Trump, catching and deporting illegal immigrants. But in the wake of 2 citizen deaths in Minnesota this month, some Republicans have started asking questions, and the White House itself, for what appears to be the first time, has even started to soften its rhetoric. Joey, it has many asking if the president is looking for an off-ramp for this growing crisis. Do you think he is?
I hope he's not, because ICE is carrying out bipartisan immigration laws, okay? These were laws that were passed under both administrations in the past, and now nothing that they are doing is counter to the law. So when you have ICE, which is Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, carrying out the actual promise that President Trump said he would do, which is follow the immigration laws and deport people that are in the country illegally, I don't see where the off-ramp should be. I think you need to continue deporting people that are not in the country legally, starting with the criminals and going from there. I don't really see, I understand there's outrage because of tactics or whatever, but, people are showing up to protests and doing things that are pretty crazy. I don't know why they're protesting the deportation of illegal aliens. That is literally what ICE has been doing since they were founded. And I don't see a reason that they should stop it. I really don't.
All right, Kaivan, how do you assess the situation? I mean, the rhetoric from the White House sounds very different to what it had over the weekend, as one example. Do you think the president is looking for a way to distance himself from this crisis?
I do, and I think it's going to be very difficult because in the broader context, right, even before this disaster of ICE terrorizing our streets, Donald Trump was embroiled in the Epstein scandals, in Americans being very upset about the economy, which they still are today, so much so to the point that a couple of days ago, he threatened to sue the New York Times because they merely published negative poll numbers. And so I think when you add this chaos, this destruction, the murder of innocent Americans exercising their political rights, people are enraged. And to say this is being done legally is patently false. There is one supreme law of the land in the United States of America, and that is our United States Constitution. And you are guaranteed the freedom of speech, the freedom to protest. You are allowed to lawfully carry a gun in Minnesota, where Alex Petty was murdered for doing so. They are barging into people's homes, violating the Fourth Amendment. The list goes on of how unlawful this conduct is. You are not allowed to just murder somebody because they looked at you the wrong way under the guise of being a federal agent.
Joey?
So was he murdered for looking at somebody the wrong way? Is that what you're saying? Because this man was with a gun at a protest. This man was with a gun at a protest where people are carrying out deportations. If you are carrying a gun without identification, he didn't have identification, nobody knew what was going on with him. If you're showing a gun, I can barely hear you if we're going to talk over each other. But if you're going to carry a gun at a protest in a heated environment like that, what do you expect? I'm sorry. Like, what do you expect to happen to you? It's a foolish decision to be carrying a gun at a protest with all those people around and all that craziness around.
Joey, I'm just going to interrupt you because isn't that the argument that people make against the Second Amendment? And that's something that Republicans are staunchly in support of. So isn't that an argument?
It's something Republicans are in support of, and I'm in support of the Second Amendment. Well, what I'm saying is you're not going to walk around at a protest. You're not going to walk around at a protest where you're interfering with the arrest of illegal aliens and brandish a weapon. It doesn't make sense. It's just stupid. So when things happen that are unfortunate, when somebody dies because they pull out a gun, they're waving around a gun at a federal protest, a federal immigration enforcement operation, which they've decided to turn into a protest for whatever reason, things happen. And it's unfortunate. I don't like to see anybody die, but I'm sorry. It's an absolutely ridiculous decision on his part to go around with a gun at this event. It's not even an event. It's an arrest of an illegal alien that shouldn't be in the country. It's just absurd what this has turned into to me.
I'm going to get deeper into the actions of the protesters, the accusations against them and their actions as we move forward in the debate. But I'm going to turn us back to whether or not the president is changing his strategy here. Kaivan, he sent his so-called commander-at-large, Gregory Bavino, packing. Does that smack of a reshuffle to you of someone who's trying to contain a crisis?
Of course, this is an administration that doesn't like to give an inch. When somebody was exposed for being a neo-Nazi, having these rabid texts targeting all sorts of groups, instead of force him out of the administration, they gave him a different job. And we've seen that behavior again and again. So the fact that they're demoting Bavino shows a lot. And I think it won't be the end, right? They're talking about maybe getting Noam out. A lot of people are focused on her. Even the conservative pundits here are trying to save Trump by putting this on Noam. But the reality is the buck stops with Donald Trump. I think the subtext here is that people don't actually feel, even in the Republican Party, that Trump is running this country. He seems ill. He's concealing that. He's old. He can't remember anything. And they think that Stephen Miller is pulling the strings. So there is a battle there. The White House even seems to have leaked that Miller hasn't been included in some of these recent meetings because they don't want him driving policy further.
Joey, I can see
It's funny that somebody who voted for Biden, it's funny who somebody who voted for Biden and supported Biden would talk about a person who's not actually running the country. Donald Trump is very much in command of his mental faculties. I think that is something that is really not up for any rational debate, but whatever.
What do you make of his reshuffle there of Bovino? Do you think that the fact that he's sidelining him, sending him back to his old job, is he trying to distance himself, trying to contain a crisis?
Well, we'll find out. I guess we'll see what happens in the near future.
What do you think now, though? What's your read of it?
Right now, I think they're going to have to change strategy because at the very least, Bovino is literally, his life is in danger if he remains in Minnesota. That entire protest group, I mean, we saw the signal chats, the level of coordination that's going on among these protest groups. It looks more like a militia to me in reality. They are coordinating. They want blood. They are trying to kill ICE agents. Okay, we saw the signal chats that were exposed of these groups. I think Bovino being taken and removed from is actually a very smart decision for the sole fact that Bovino should not have his life in danger. His family's been in hiding for many months now, actually, if we talk about who's actually under threat. That is very true. However,
been reported.
Look,
Google it.
Tom Homan is being
Google
sent in. Tom Homan is being sent in. I don't think anybody sending Tom Homan in would be seen as backing down. Tom Homan is not known to be soft on deportations. So they can reshuffle whatever they want. The bottom line is the ICE agents are carrying out bipartisan federal law enforcement operations. So, you can take out Noam, you can take out Bovino, take out Homan, take out whoever you want from any position. The laws are the laws. ICE is carrying out federal law enforcement operations.
Kaivan, you were jumping in there about a couple of points made. Elaborate on those for us.
Yeah, it's not true that Bovino's family is in hiding. There's been a lot of reporting. It's false. The family has agents, security detail, like many others, high-level federal officials. But what you're talking about, again, I mean, you keep saying they're enforcing bipartisan immigration law. It's false. They are committing crimes. I mean, your premise seems to be that no law enforcement officer can commit a crime. You even have police officers off duty saying that ICE is violating their rights, so much so that you have several chiefs of police giving press conferences saying our officers work these peaceful protests. They know their rights. ICE agents, by the way, these ICE agents are every random person off the street with criminal backgrounds, with DV, domestic violence backgrounds, with drug abuse backgrounds. A journalist applied to be a federal agent with ICE and she got clearance despite failing her drug test, despite being very clearly anti-ICE. They didn't even Google her before giving her a job and offering her to terrorize the streets. So let's not be silly about what's going on here. And as much as you want to pretend to be reasonable on this show, I saw your tweet saying nobody cares about Alex Preddy and nobody cares about Miss Good being murdered. So you are just 100% in the far right bucket. You don't care that American citizens are being murdered, and the rest of the country does. So Donald Trump's going to lose that argument.
Well,
do you really think that people don't care, though, Joey? I mean, you've seen the number of people.
The polling, if you look at President Trump's approval rating, the polling is kind of staying where it was. I don't think this is moving the needle.
We could point to other polling from the New York Times, other polling from MyGov that say differently. I mean, polls can be controlled by anyone, can't they?
He's not really moved by this. So look, Alex Preddy, I think most people can agree, you don't show a gun at a protest. Renee Good, we can talk about her. She tried to run her car into a federal law enforcement officer. And you can put your finger up, say whatever you want. These are not issues that people are going to actually sit there and say, oh, I think we should allow open borders into the United States of America because 2 people got killed. I'm sorry, it can sound coarse, it can sound uncaring, but you don't allow your borders to be open and deportations to stop because 2 people get killed being very stupid at protests. I'm sorry.
Nobody's saying that, but I want to just correct one fact, is that Republicans love it when random people bring guns to protest. They loved it when Kyle Rittenhouse did it, and they loved it so much when 2 people in St. Louis, the McCloskey couple, brought guns out to target Black Lives Matter protesters. They loved it so much
that were on their property.
Speak at the RNC, okay? So let's stop being ridiculous. And by the way,
the McCloskeys were defending their property.
Nobody in any party on the political spectrum here in Congress is calling for open borders. Not one person. That is a lie. We are calling for the ceasing of the murder of peacefully protesting citizens. And you claim to be pro-Second Amendment. Taking your armed weapon to a protest when it's lawful to carry and getting shot for that is fundamentally anti-Second Amendment, so much so that the NRA, which could not be more aligned with Donald Trump, has come out to condemn the handling of this situation and disagree with this administration.
I don't know what somebody would expect. I'm sorry. I just do not know what you would expect.
You don't know anything.
Law enforcement. It's a protest in name only. This is a law enforcement operation. People are being deported. You guys, you protesters turned this into some big thing, all right, that it's now some protest. It's a law enforcement operation. Nobody wanted this to be a protest except these people who are organizing and terrorizing ICE agents. They're the ones who are being terrorized.
So before there was even an investigation into the shooting of Alex Pretty, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, called him a domestic terrorist and a would-be assassin. The administration is now distancing itself from those comments. Joey, do you think the administration should apologise for categorising Pretty like that before an investigation has been conducted?
I think the signal chats that people are seeing from that group in Minnesota, which Pretty was a part of and Renee Good was a part of and many people were a part of, I think that at that point, when you're looking at that level of coordination and the license plates being taken and shown all over and coordination to that level, they're trying to show the ICE hotels. I don't know. I don't know if you would call that a domestic terrorist or not. I wouldn't apologize. If I was the White House, I would apologize for nothing right now. We voted for mass deportations. The American people won the popular vote when they elected Donald Trump. They gave him a mandate. Deportations, mass deportations were a part of that. Nobody expected it to necessarily be a pretty scene. I'm sorry. The last administration allowed 12 million illegal aliens into the country. They got to go. And sometimes that's going to be rough. And if people want to get in the way of federal law enforcement agents, I'm sorry. You really are making a silly choice there. Nobody's happy that these people died. Nobody's happy. But I just don't understand the decision making in their minds. I don't.
Mm-hmm. Joe, sorry, Kaivan, would you like to see an apology? I mean, you know, whatever comes out of the investigation, that's for future law enforcement to decide. But before any kind of decision was made, these comments were aired. Do you think that the administration owes the family an apology?
Of course I do, but I think what's more interesting is to see his family and friends and community members that have spoken out and said one of the most painful parts of all of this was watching Kristi Noem, before she even saw the video, coming out, accusing him of being a terrorist, spreading these lies and propaganda about their loved one, a peacefully protesting ICU nurse. I think what's more interesting here, though, is that why was he protesting? I think that's the question Joey can't seem to understand. And the reason is because proud Americans love our democracy. They love our rights. They love our Constitution. And I'd be curious if there is one action, any action, that Joey or the Republicans willing to stand 100% behind this would think it's inappropriate for a federal agent to do. Can they just go in the street and mass shoot somebody and you justify that? I believe you would.
I mean, you're completely wrong.
The line?
You're completely wrong. And so Alex Pretty was not just standing around and got shot.
What is the line?
We'll see the line when we get there, I guess. We'll see the line when we get there. I have not seen anything that I would condemn so far. No, not me.
All right, well then let's turn to the actions of the protesters then, because there have been a lot of comments from politicians, from commentators about their actions, and you've raised some yourself now, Joey. Republicans have accused Democrats of playing politics with people's lives when it comes to the immigration raids. They say, firstly, that they wouldn't need to conduct these sorts of raids in the first place if it wasn't for Joe Biden, for example, having made it so easy for these illegal migrants to enter the United States. And secondly, they say that Democratic lawmakers are encouraging the citizens to take to the streets to confront the ICE agents and interfere with their operations. Joey, Do you obviously think that that is a provocation? Do you think, though, that they've made the situation more dangerous?
Do I think the Democrats have made the situation more dangerous? When you have Tim Walz saying that these people need to go out and continue to protest? Absolutely. Do I think that you have many federal operations going on in other states like Texas where the law enforcement agencies are cooperating? You don't see all this craziness coming out of Texas. When they're deporting people out of Florida, the law enforcement agencies are cooperating. You don't see all the craziness in Florida. So I think when you have federal law enforcement coming in and saying these are the people that need to be deported, and the state governments are not cooperating with it, and they are sanctuary states, wherever you want to call them, that look, things are going to go wrong, and that's not good. It's not how it should be. Deportation should not be an ugly situation. I know people that have actually been deported from the country, and they complied, and they are back in their home countries, and they're doing just fine. They didn't get shot. We're not talking about, a rogue agency just going around killing people. And look, if the state governments want to cooperate, we might have a different situation like we do in many other states. So I think we have a lot of fault in the Minnesota state government. Tim Walz, it's a shame they can't impeach him because they have the state house, but he should be thrown out. He should be thrown out the way they're handling this.
Kaivan, what do you make of that? Do the protesters shoulder any responsibility here for escalating the situation?
I think it's great that we brought up Texas because it's so revealing how much this is on the federal government and not the protesters. You even have the extreme MAGA governor of Texas coming out and saying this operation has been handled poorly by the Trump administration. So that's pretty telling. And then on top of it, to the other point, you want to talk about Tim Walz, Donald Trump is saying he had a great conversation with Tim Walz. It was very productive. So talk about backing down and backing off. It's so clear which way this is headed, this issue. I don't even know, Joey, are you even in America doing this commentary, or are you some right-wing grifter like dialing in to cause disruption and controversy? Because I think that's what we see a lot more of on the right. That's what adds fuel to this fire in this country for the people here.
What would that be? What would be a right-wing grifter parachuting?
Are you in the United States right now?
Citizen.
Are you in the United States?
I'm an American citizen.
Are you in the United
I'm an American
States right now?
citizen.
So you're doing this propaganda.
I'm literally doing an interview
outside the
from
United
Italy
States,
where I'm
trying
doing
to
media
incite
appearances
more
over here.
conflict
Yes.
in the United States.
Let me turn it back to the topic at hand, though, Kaivan, because I want you to answer, I want you to go deeper into the question I asked of you is, do you think the protesters have any responsibility?
Give an example. If you give a
for the
specific
level?
example, I'm happy to answer it. But no, I think the reality here is the federal government was abusing citizens, tearing up communities, terrorizing them, breaking the law. Some citizens went out in public, tried to record them, which is their right to do so, and they were attacked and beaten and assaulted for doing so. Then more people got upset and went out, and the pattern repeated itself. If you have a specific instance, I'm happy to try to identify that specific action. Obviously, protesting has to be peaceful. What media should not do is both sides this, though.
Mm-hmm. All right, Joey, what do you make of the point that Kaivan raised there about Texas? I mean, if this is only a Democratic state problem, why is the Texas governor saying that this has been handled poorly and it's not acceptable?
Yeah, well, he's free to have that opinion. But what I'm saying is in the states where the governments are cooperating, where the state government is cooperating, you're not seeing these scenes. These scenes are pretty exclusive to the Democrat states, especially the sanctuary cities. So when you have an uncooperative state government who is just making the federal agency come in and do all the work, fighting in many cases the state governments and the local officials, you're going to have problems. And then you have on top of that them encouraging these protests. In the Minnesota case, we're not even sure how deep the coordination goes between the actual government officials and some of these protesting groups. I don't know. There's not a lot of reporting on that that's been verified, but there's a lot of reporting on that going around. All I'm saying is if the state government refuses to cooperate, they are advocating for hell in the streets. And that is not how it should be. A state government does not have any authority on deportation or no deportation. That is not their jurisdiction. That is a federal decision. They should not be interfering. And if they are, they should be facing consequences as well. People need to be deported if they're in the country illegally. This is not a free-for-all where anybody can walk into the country and remain there indefinitely. And many people seem to forget the fact that we're a nation of laws. There are immigration laws. And if they're broken, the people need to go. I can't believe we're fighting over this stuff.
Kaivan, do you want to pick up on any of that? Particularly the...
I gotta say, not really. We've just heard the same talking points again and again. Was there a specific point you want me to respond to? It's garbage. It's not true. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, what about the assertion that this goes to the top, of democratic states? Are democratic governors...
They're targeting democratic states.
Orchestrating these
operations.
Are the protesters puppets?
Blue states. They're targeting blue states, but what's amazing is to hear
where are the most of the illegals?
Republican, a supposed conservative, talking about how states need to roll over for the federal government. You must not know the first thing about America, our democracy, our history. If anything, the entire point of our federal system is that we have 50 states that get to govern themselves don't have to roll over.
But is immigration a federal
especially
thing or
when
a
they're
state
violating
thing?
the Constitution of the United States.
Is immigration a state or a federal law? Where are the immigration laws? Federal or state?
It has to comply with what? The United States Constitution.
Correct. So when they are harboring illegal aliens and refusing to cooperate with the federal government, that's allowed? That's not breaking any kind of law to you?
Violating the rights of peaceful American protesters is not allowed.
That's not the question I had for you. The question I had is they are obstructing the federal government.
That's the situation we're in. It's a civil violation to be in the country undocumented. I don't know what your point is.
Kaivan, the Trump administration says assaults on immigration officers have increased more than 1,000%. Do you think that sort of violence is excusable?
It's not excusable, but is there any source that's trustworthy that's saying that? Do you believe the Trump administration, Melinda?
Well, it's not my job to say whether or not I believe them. Well, this is coming out of the government.
It's just propaganda. Any newsy outlet that you trust that's reporting that?
This has come directly from the Department of Homeland Security. We have to... so I'm asking you, why don't you believe...
something that nobody here can speak to, because it's a lie that keeps coming from an administration that's been showed every video. It's amazing to have this video footage because DHS keeps lying, and we keep seeing multiple video angles that show they are lying, to the point that you even have this right-wing manosphere culture turning on this administration and saying, oh my God, wow, Joe Rogan saying, we got this wrong. This is Trump's secret police. They're Gestapo. They're lying in these videos. Oh my God. So many examples of that.
So, Joey, that's a pretty strong point. There's been a lot of video evidence that's been released by people who've been on the streets that show that maybe the lines coming out of the administration are not reliable. Does that undermine people's ability to trust what the White House is saying?
The White House, there's been many video angles that show many different sides of that situation. And then the Renee Good, they didn't want to believe that one either.
None are supporting the side that was delivered by the administration. They haven't been able themselves to show an angle that supports that. So do you think it's undermining people's ability to respect and trust the truth coming out of the administration?
Well, the fact is, look, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. That's just how it goes. He doesn't want to believe that there's assaults on law enforcement officers that are spiking. He doesn't want to believe anything. He calls the ICE agents the Gestapo. We're at a point where 50% of the country believes one reality, 50% believes another reality, and nobody's going to come to a consensus on what's truth or what's not truth. The bottom line here is we're talking about something that is enforcement of federal law. And we know we can talk about whatever we want, but the laws need to be enforced. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep repeating that because it's true.
If you hear someone like Joe Rogan who has such a perceived alliance to one side over the other, and he's saying, it's not Kaivan saying, he's saying that this
was he commenting on this particular situation?
Then what does that say to you?
Did Rogan say they were the Gestapo? That was Rogan's line? I don't remember that line from Rogan personally.
You don't remember
But if he's saying he's the
facts, I don't get why.
Well, I did not hear that line from Rogan, and if that's what he's saying, I disagree with him.
Weird.
Were they the Gestapo under Biden? ICE operated under Biden too.
No, that's the point, right? Barack Obama deported so many people, and they did it without murdering American citizens.
Yeah, because American citizens weren't trying to interfere in the deportation operations. American citizens were not radicalized by your party trying to commit violence in the streets as the deportation went on. That's why nobody got murdered, because they weren't trying to interfere with the operations. If you interfere with the operations, things are going to go awry. It's a horrible thing. Nobody wants to see it happen. But you cannot literally sit there and interfere in investigations, try to run over agents with a car, and expect things to end well for you. You got to be crazy. I mean, Kayvon, I don't know if you go to these protests or not. You wouldn't be so stupid to behave in the way these people have. It's just common sense.
But the thing is, Joey, is that they are allowed to protest.
They're allowed to protest. They're not allowed to try to run an agent over with a car. Where nobody's talking about Renee Good anymore. That's no longer convenient.
Yeah, but that's because it's already been disproven that she was trying to run over the agents with her car.
That was disproven by who? By who?
Everyone.
Well, by all the evidence.
Everyone.
All right. Well,
we saw.
And I guess that is yet to go through the courts. So
That is yet to go through the courts. I mean, we can see that pretty clearly from the video evidence. Look, you can interpret it how you want. I can interpret it how I want. Like I said, nobody's going to agree on this situation. Nobody's going to agree on this situation.
Everybody agrees except for you and a small group of other diehard.
Okay. Well, then maybe this takes us to the final chapter of our debate here. You say that everyone agrees. Maybe not everyone agrees. That's an important point, because it comes down to whether or not this is tarnishing President Trump's immigration reputation, because President Trump's crackdown promised to rid the US of the worst of the worst. He said he'd deport criminal migrants in order to make America safe again. But a review of data by the Cato Institute, the libertarian think tank, found that since October, 3/4 of the migrants taken into ICE custody have no criminal conviction. So, add that to the violence that we've seen. Kayvon, do you think that the ICE raids are making America safer or more dangerous?
Of course not. In fact, there's probably more criminals in ICE than have been deported percentage-wise. Again, these people have faced no background checks. They have histories of violence, and they are murdering peacefully protesting Americans in the streets. So I think the question is, it answers itself. Are we safer? Of course not.
Joey, do you think America is safer?
So in reality, I do think the ICE raids need to ramp up. I think we do need to focus more on the criminals.
He's not even here.
We need
He wouldn't know.
No, he wouldn't know. Yeah, I know very well. You're not going to give me a second to speak because you don't want to hear the truth. The truth is people come into the country illegally, whether they've committed a crime while in the country or their first crime was illegally entering the country. That is a deportation that needs to happen. So I do wish the focus was more on the criminals. If you had states cooperating and deputizing local police to carry out some of these operations alongside of ICE, you'd have a lot more criminals deported. We're dealing with obstruction from state governments. We're dealing with governors who don't want to lose a lot of voter people. If you want to talk about truth, that I know he's going to say that's not true. That's fine. He can say whatever he wants. We all do know that these people are given licenses and God only knows what they're doing with voting. The bottom line is this. The ICE raids will not stop. They should not stop, and immigration law needs to be enforced in the country, whether the president is a Democrat or the president is a Republican. We need to have immigration laws that are followed. You cannot just have open borders, which we had for 4 years under Biden, and we saw how that ended.
Kayvon, you had a visceral reaction.
Oh, because, I guess we're going to just go into the next lie about election and voter fraud. I do think it's interesting, the DOJ sent a threatening letter to Minnesota saying they will pull out their federal terrorist agents if Minnesota turns over its voter rolls and its election data. Why would they ask for that?
Because you'd find out quite a bit about who's voting.
They want to seize our democratic elections. You have Donald Trump talking about not even having 2026 midterm elections because he is so unpopular.
Do you think, Ivan, do you think that these, the violence that we've seen, the deaths of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, do you think that it's tarnished President Trump's reputation on immigration? Because he was really popular on that. That's one of the platforms that got him re-elected. Do you think that he's in trouble for the midterms?
Oh, he was already in trouble for the midterms. He may be in trouble for the rest of his term, for sure, because of this. And I think J.D. Vance and everyone that has a hand on this will be tainted forever. The country is so upset. The people that are focused on this are not your traditional political voices. Take a look at some of the celebrities like Alex Earl. People that are apolitical most of the time are actually coming out and speaking out and paying attention. And they are so enraged and they don't understand. Even right-wingers, you have the guy that was running for governor of Minnesota stepping down from the race because he says, I couldn't look my daughter in the face with this MAGA Republican Party that Joey does.
The guy that Max donated to Amy Klobuchar 3 times. That's the guy. That guy.
He still withdrew, Joey. I mean, doesn't that...
We're talking about a Republican. Max donated to Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat, 3 times. We're not talking about Republicans here. We're talking about a guy who ran on the Republican ticket because he's not going to be the Democrat with Klobuchar.
Do you disagree, Joey, that this has tarnished Trump's reputation on immigration?
I think the media is going to make sure that it tarnishes his reputation. The media is going to make Alex Pretty is going to be the new George Floyd in white, okay? It's going to be the story that they're going to repeat time and time again until something better comes along for them to talk about. They're gonna hound this story for a few weeks, and then just like everything else, they'll move on to the next story. It's just rinse and repeat with the media. Look, the midterms, we always knew the president in power, the party in power, always has a rough midterm. That's not something that anybody is really waiting for President Trump to sweep the board in the midterms. But the fact that everybody's saying this is going to end his presidency, I just don't see it. I truly don't see it.
Even if it doesn't end his presidency, do you think, though, that his reputation on immigration is tarnished because of the way he's had to execute his policy? If it was as easy to do it, do you think the way he's had to go about it has made his administration look heavy-handed?
If it looks heavy-handed, I'm telling you, the people that voted for him, the voters that voted for him, are not displeased with the situation right now. In fact, many of them are saying double down, triple down, don't withdraw, keep going. When they heard about Bovino, they were very angry. We saw the reaction on Twitter. He can deny it. He's shaking his head. But that's what really happened. People did not want Bovino to go. People want the criminal illegals deported from the country. And that is a situation that is not going to be pretty if state governments won't cooperate. Even if they would cooperate, you're talking about criminals. It's not going to be a pretty situation. Nobody expected that. And we all knew one day they'd get their moment. They tried with the 5-year-old the other day. Then the 5-year-old thing didn't work out for them so well because they found out the true story. Now they're trying with Pretty, and they'll continue. My hope is Trump doesn't take the bait and continues to deport the criminal illegals of the United States of America that need to go home.
I mean, Kaivan, the belief or the assertion that Republicans don't want Bovino to go, what do you make of that?
I mean, it's not true, Melinda. And with respect to you in this show, I mean, my background is in politics, in democratic politics, in the United States of America. I'm an attorney. I went to Harvard Law School. You have me on with a right-wing blogger who's not in the country, who's spreading lies, who doesn't speak to the data or the Republican Party even at all. They are very unhappy with how this has been handled. And 100 paid right-wing influencers spreading propaganda to defend Bovino doesn't change that. I'm sorry, with respect.
But not all Republicans are against.
Oh, but the majority, the most people that voted for Trump do
Really?
not.
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting the majority from?
All the polls show that people, Americans, period, party aside, do not believe we should be slaughtering peaceful protesters in the street. I don't care if you saw
We're
one
not
tweet.
Slaughtering peaceful protesters. Renee and Alex were not peaceful, and we know that.
It's just propaganda coming from abroad.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Joey, how do you think that this is going, whether or not you may want him to go further, how do you think it is going to progress? Do you think he's going to double down? Do you think things will stay the same? Is he going to pull back? We're almost out of time.
I would assume because of the media pressure, he's going to have to probably pull back. I hope he doesn't, but I'm assuming.
So it's only the media's fault? He's got.
Well, I'm not saying whose fault it is. What I'm saying is
he likes to think he's a bit of a tough guy. Surely he can stand up to us pesky media types.
I mean, I hope he would. I hope he would. But I think right now we're going to see some sort of pullback, at least the change in communications. I guess we can say that the communication necessarily hasn't been the best either about the operation. So we'll see a change in tactic there. Hopefully we don't see a decrease in the numbers. Hopefully the numbers increase as far as what we're deporting. That's the one thing that would make, I'm telling you, 77 million people voted for this man. They want mass deportations, and hopefully that will continue.
Okay.
Ramp up.
Kaivan, if you had a crystal ball, setting aside what you would like to see happen, how do you think, with your vast experience in political strategy, how do you think it will play out?
Well, let me just make one point, too. He just conceded that the Trump administration is going to change its strategy. And let's be clear, they're not doing that because Democrats are upset. So
they're doing it because of us media types, Kaivan. Are we that powerful?
Let me just finish. It can't both be true that he's changing his strategy, not because of Democrats, and also the majority of people that support him like what he's doing, right? That doesn't make any sense. But if I had a crystal ball, yes, they'll try to cycle through some of these most controversial figures. They'll try to do some middle ground on this policy and land the plane. That's what they'll do. Whether it's going to be a Glenn Youngkin, the former governor of Virginia, who's been floated around to replace Noam, we'll see. But certainly a different face is what they'll try to slap on this problem.
Do you think Noam will survive this?
No.
Joey?
I don't know if Noam will survive this. They're going to give a face to the crisis that they're calling a crisis, all right? They're going to give a face to it. I don't know that it'll be Noam. I don't know who it will be, but, the media is going to pick a person, more or less, that they're going to blame it on. Miller's who they're trying to do. Miller's who they're trying to get rid of. I don't think they're getting rid of Miller. We'll see who it ends up. If he fires somebody for this, I'm telling you, the base is not going to be happy. The base is not going to be happy.
All right, wrap us up then, Kaivan. Will the base be unhappy to see Noam go, or do you think that she could be a pretty good sacrificial lamb?
Well, I think, that was the point I was just making. The base isn't standing behind him on this, whether it's Joe Rogan, it's Dan Bilzerian, it's all these high-profile MAGA figures. The base itself, by the way, Donald Trump is now underwater 10 points with young men in this country, a demographic he had been dominating. That is how unpopular he is across the board. And as I've explained to you, MAGA, Trump, they don't dance to the beat of what Democrats say. The reason they're going through this shuffle, this pivot, is because the base is pissed. Even this base is about this.
Gentlemen, it's been an interesting debate. We'll see how things pan out over the coming days, weeks, months. Hopefully, we won't have cause for more debates about these really tragic deaths. It's been illuminating, though, on both sides. Kaivan Shroff, Democratic strategist, thank you for your opinions and your expertise. Joey Manarino, thank you also for joining us, Republican political strategist. It's always great to have both of you here on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us across social media on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. As fighting continues in eastern Ukraine, peace talks and ceasefire proposals keep stalling over one key issue: the control of the Donbas. Here's why it matters. The Donbas, made up of Donetsk and Luhansk, was once Ukraine's industrial heartland, rich in coal, factories, and key transport networks. But its importance goes far beyond economics. Since 2014, parts of the Donbas have been controlled by Russian-backed forces, turning it into a frontline even before Russia's 2022 full-scale invasion. For Russia, the Donbas is politically, militarily, and symbolically central, a core part of Putin's goals and a justification for the war. Holding it also strengthens Russia's grip on occupied territory. For Ukraine, Donbas is vital to national identity, defense, and future recovery, a region that carries deep personal significance for millions of Ukrainians. As Ukrainian leaders say, surrendering it would reward Russian aggression and leave the country more vulnerable to future attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky argues that it is domestically impossible, as surrendering the region would be unconstitutional and opposed by roughly 75% of Ukrainians. As long as both sides see the Donbas as non-negotiable, it remains not just a battlefield, but the biggest obstacle to peace.
Thank you so much for this interview. Trump, of course, is dominating the conversations, but also, I mean, there are many geopolitical themes that are impacting businesses these days.
Sure.
Through your conversations here in Davos, what do you think are the most geopolitical themes that would impact doing business globally and also for the Arab region where I come from?
Well, it's wonderful to be here with you today. Thank you for inviting me along. So you're absolutely right. Every conversation I've had, every panel I've joined as a moderator or as a speaker, and every discussion I've engaged with has really homed in on this idea of geopolitical disruption. And so when I reflect on those discussions, what has really come out is this one particular theme. The only constant in the world today is change. And it's the pace of change. We've seen that really also pick up over the last few weeks with all of the disruption in the world that's been caused by geoeconomics and geopolitics. So what is it that businesses are doing to respond to this? I think we're talking about a theme of diversification. When you look at businesses, they realize that over-reliance on any single economy, on any single market, any single business partner is a vulnerability for them. So they're diversifying who they're doing business with, where their data resides, where their funds flow. And that is a big theme that is coming out of the discussions that I'm having.
If we look at what has happened over the past few months, the tariff story was big and it's continuing with us. But if we look at what has happened, the effective tariff rate in the U.S. has gone up from around 4 maybe to 17%. But the U.S. economy is doing well. So who is bearing the cost of these tariffs and how has it impacted multinationals that have businesses all around the world?
Sure. So the reality is, I think we're still waiting for the full impact to be felt. But if you look ahead, it is likely to have an impact on many stakeholders. It'll impact on consumers in the States, it'll impact on importers into the US, it'll impact exporters to the US. I think everyone's going to be picking up their share of the burden here. And so when you think about what companies are doing, they're really having to think about at tariffs as a business critical issue in a way that they haven't done. If you reflect on sort of the past, people weren't talking about tariffs, people weren't talking about customs. It has now become a front and centre issue for all businesses. C-suite are having to think about it. And so if you're a company doing business in the global environment today, you have to invest to understand the real dynamics at play within the customs world. You need to understand the rules around origin, and you need to understand the rules around valuation and classification as well. That requires a lot of homework from companies in today's context and environment.
The issue is we're not only living with tariffs, but also with sanctions, with so many disruptions to global supply chains. So how are supply chains being impacted by that?
It's a good question, because national security wasn't something that businesses had to think about historically. But national security and geopolitics has really entered the boardroom, its dead centre, within the agenda of companies today. And it started permeating the business world and the business regulatory space. So we've talked about tariffs. Never used to be a national security issue, it has become one. But for some time, export controls have been another area that companies have had to reflect on, where you have a variety of rules on what you can export out of your country, whether it's technology, software or goods. Similarly, we have sanctions rules about whom you can do business with, whether it's business partners or markets and countries, that came to the fore under the Russia sanctions, where you had countries like even Switzerland, Taiwan and South Korea, which didn't particularly have a reputation of imposing sanctions, they suddenly introduced them as well. But then you get things like foreign investment regulations and ESG regulations. So national security has really permeated the business landscape.
Are you worried about what we're hearing, the exchange between the US and the EU about tariffs, extra tariffs and opposing tariffs? I mean, how do these geopolitical themes that we are witnessing today impact different sectors? Which sectors do you think are most vulnerable to that?
So we're still waiting to see what will be the response from the Europeans. Today there's been a lot of noise around the corridors here in Davos about, will there be retaliatory tariffs? Will there be, an investigation launched by the Europeans under the anti-coercion instrument? We will wait to see. But when you do get this sort of trade conflict emerging between trade giants, business really have to think about how to navigate that adeptly. It requires thought, it requires preparation, but it also requires an ability to respond swiftly with a degree of nimbleness and agility as well.
We have the possibility of extra tariffs by the US over its European traditional partners, and the EU is threatening to hit back with tariffs. Within these geopolitical themes that we are hearing about, which do you think are the sectors that are most impacted by this?
A really good question. So in terms of the precise response, we're waiting to see what the Europeans will do. Obviously, if you walk around the corridors here at Davos, you hear about suggestions of counter-retaliatory tariffs. There's some suggestion that there could be an investigation launched by the EU under the anti-coercion instrument. But we'll wait to see what the precise measures are. As to the sectors impacted, it's impacting multiple sectors. It'll partly depend on which sectors have tariffs imposed on them, but that could impact, the variety of sectors like consumer goods, agricultural. But then the broader trade wars that are emerging between trading giants is impacting energy, defence, technology, even healthcare. So I don't think any sector is immune from this. They need to prepare in advance and think about it and how to respond with nimbleness and agility. Unfortunately,
it's going to affect everyone involved. Thank you so much for this interview.
Pleasure was mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506 and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. as its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals. That influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump warns another armada is floating towards Iran as he says time is running out for Tehran. Meanwhile, the US president says things will de-escalate in Minnesota following the fatal shootings of 2 US citizens by ICE agents. And Syria's leader arrives in Moscow to discuss bilateral ties and the situation in the Middle East with Vladimir Putin. Another U.S. armada is said to be floating towards Iran as President Trump hopes Tehran will make a deal with Washington. Trump had previously threatened military intervention in Iran following the crackdown on protests and an internet blackout. Now, the USS Abraham Lincoln has arrived in the Middle East waters, although its precise location does remain top secret. Here's what the US president told crowds at a rally in Iowa.
In June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, who joins us from London, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who is in Surrey. Isabel and Freddie, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Freddie, I want to start with you because we've heard from Donald Trump right there, and all of the signs are pointing towards military action. Will this be enough for the Iranian government to make a deal, as President Donald Trump is pushing for?
Well, as ever with Donald Trump, his opponents in the international arena and his allies, to some extent, are trying to figure out to what extent this is bluster and bluff and to what extent the threat is real. I think if we go back to the beginning of the year, it's quite interesting to do so, because when the Venezuela strike happened on the 3rd of January, there was instantly a lot of a talk in Washington that this was a sort of preemptive move towards a strike on Iran. And Venezuela and Iran aren't naturally two countries that you think of in the same breath, but they have had quite close relations in the past. They're obviously both major energy oil powers. And I think a lot of the thinking was that Israel has a large influence over Donald Trump's foreign policy thinking, and Netanyahu had been to Florida over the New Year period. And one of the things they talked about was the situation in Iran, where these protests subsequently broke out. Another aspect of this is after the Venezuelan strike, there was all the Greenland drama, which completely dominated the news. But in fact, it was while this Greenland drama that was going on that this armada, this flotilla of American ships, was on its way to the Arabian Seas. So some people are now thinking, was the whole Greenland drama a kind of smokescreen for an actually more serious operation that the Trump administration has always been set on, or has been set on in recent weeks? Or is this, again, brinksmanship to the maximum, trying to establish maximum leverage over Iran in the hopes of bringing them to the table?
And it's quite interesting, Isabel. Today we have got a reaction from Iran, and the advisor to Iran's supreme leader says any military action from US will see Iran targeting US and Israel and those who support it. So almost linking that there, Freddie. So I don't know what you think at the moment, Isabel, but, you know, Donald Trump's pushing for this diplomatic deal to be made, but Iran said it's not been in touch with the US when it comes to requesting negotiations.
Yes, as so often with Donald Trump, recollections most definitely vary. He's been claiming that the Iranian regime have been making lots of calls and that they want to make a deal, and that he's confident that this isn't about to be World War III. And meanwhile, we're hearing from the Iranian foreign minister who said, and I quote, "We have our finger on the trigger." And they've said tonight that will be considered the beginning of a war, and will be targeting the heart of Tel Aviv and all supporters of the aggressor, which will be incredibly alarming to many people. But also, you know, when you look at this armada, this beautiful armada as Trump's describing it, and there are a lot of very serious assets, which I presume Iran will be very, very concerned about. And so what we're in a bit of a sort of brinkmanship situation, aren't we, which we're becoming more and more familiar with. It's been a month of it. And what we certainly know is that Donald Trump wants to come out looking like the strong man, because, you know, you could argue that he was made to back down on Greenland. although obviously was given an off-ramp and an ability to look like he was always planning to have the outcome that he got. But I mean, that was not the case. And it's the same with this, will he get the outcome that he wants? What is it exactly that he is seeking here? And don't forget that just a few weeks ago, 8th, 9th of January, when the worst of the protests were being attacked by the regime within Iran, and there were these threats of the execution of those that were in custody, he said that if those executions went ahead, then they would feel the full weight of American might upon them. Now, those executions have been deferred, that nothing's happened, but he would look silly, I think, if he wasn't to follow through with some action in Iran. So we are at a bit of a crossroads, an incredibly serious one. And I think, we just have to see what happens next. There are obviously lots of people speculating about whether or not there could be some sort of plan this weekend happening, whether they are looking for regime change. It's not exactly the same as the Venezuelan picture, of course, because Maduro essentially was betrayed by those people around him and propped up. The regime's been propped up by his deputy, whereas at the moment, Iran Khomeini, the supreme leader who's been running Iran since the fall of the Shah in 1979, has still got the support of the IRG, still got the support of the elites, I suppose, in the country, even if he has lost the citizens and the protesters who've been clamping down on so brutally. And they are also there within Iran at a threshold point because, as people lose their livelihoods, they don't have access to food, the currency is falling through the floor. You will see repression getting stronger, but also businesses coming out and saying, actually, look, the support will be gone. The regime is incredibly weak at the moment, but I'm not clear, to be honest, what the end game is for the United States.
And Freddie, what Isabel says is absolutely accurate. From what I'm hearing from analysts in the region, they're saying that the Iranian government still has the military support behind it. We haven't seen any protests from the big oil workers who do work in Iran. So people are questioning how weakened they are at the moment. I don't know what you made of what Isabel said, but I think the big questions now move to what is the end game in Iran? And I think this is where concern is coming in. Is there a B plan like there possibly was in Venezuela, or is it just a completely different situation?
Well, Donald Trump, as a man on the international stage, has always been nervous of regime change. And as president, he has not really pursued regime change wars. Yes, there was a sort of decapitation exercise in Venezuela, but as Isabel rightly pointed out, essentially Maduro's deputy, Delcy Rodriguez, took the reins, and it's just a change of leadership rather than a regime change. Is it possible for Trump to strike Iran without moving towards a regime change conflict? That's a very difficult question. And I think, as you're alluding to there, I think a lot of Gulf state allies of the US, or people that talk to America, are warning them this might not be the right move, because the one thing that is sure to prop up the regime, or certainly its narrative, is that this is a sort of CIA Israeli operation to undermine their authority. And if Trump strikes that, will totally validate that story and galvanize the conservative support for the government in Tehran. And that's why Trump is this, why some people think it might be more brinksmanship than a serious threat, because he knows that if he takes this step, another step against Iran, and he can't necessarily say this is about nuclear, striking the nuclear facilities, because by his own rhetoric, those facilities have been completely obliterated, even if everybody knows that they haven't. So he might find himself being pushed into a corner that he doesn't necessarily want to be in, and somewhere he hasn't been as a commander-in-chief before.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting point, because I thought to myself today when I saw this latest warning from Donald Trump to Iran, it seemed to really focus, Freddie and Isabel, on the Iranian nuclear capabilities, and Donald Trump saying they just can't have them. Where just a few weeks ago, as you did point out, Isabel, it was about him saying to the protesters, keep going to the streets, help is on the way. The rhetoric has changed in many senses. And like you say, I wonder how he can sell this to the American people, because we did bring up Greenland, we did bring up Venezuela. He hasn't really concentrated on those domestic issues at home, has he, Freddie?
No, and I mean, the casus belli was apparently going to be the protest, but we don't know what's going on with the protest at the moment. It all seems very, very dark. As we understand, they have calmed down in the last week or so, and nobody quite knows the extent of suppression of the protests. So, yes, there's talk about executing protesters, and that might be given as a reason to intervene. But I'm not sure that narrative is quite going to be bought by anyone concerned. So there has to be another reason or a further development in the protests to justify some kind of strike. Otherwise, it looks like exactly what the Iranian regime, the government in Tehran, I should say, have always said it is.
Isabel, just a final thought for you on that. What do you think now when it comes to the protests in Iran? And like you did say, Freddie, it's very difficult to know exact numbers and stats coming out. We've heard lots of different numbers of people who have lost their lives. And I guess just a final thought for the people in Iran, what people are thinking right now going forward. As Donald Trump did say to them, help was on the way.
Yeah, I mean, our thoughts go out to those brave protesters out on the streets who, people who talk about the pre-1979 Iran, talk about a place with a high level of women and tertiary education and equal rights. And we've seen the economy tank within the country. They're tired of it and they want a regime change. But I want to come back to the point just before we move on about, what is the motivating factor here? What is the sort of thread of logic that we try to find in what Trump's doing? And he said repeatedly that America doesn't want to be the policeman of the world anymore. This is behind much of his argument around NATO. He doesn't want to go in and get involved in arbitration with every dictator or every regime that he doesn't agree with. Otherwise, goodness me, why has he got a problem with Iran and not with Putin? There is always a question, and there were also the suggestions around Greenland. What was his motivation there? Was it about access to minerals? So I'm never clear what the thread is behind his foreign policy. What I am certain of is that he wasn't elected for a second term to be embarking on multiple fronts overseas, and it is becoming increasingly unpopular with his base, and that will be in the back of his mind as the midterms are fast approaching.
Yeah, absolutely. Freddie and Isabel, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the situation in Minnesota is going to de-escalate a little bit. That's according to the President, Donald Trump, following the second fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen by ICE agents. Speaking to Fox News, Trump spoke about the deaths of Alex Pretty and Rene Good, who were both shot by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis. Trump said Pretty shouldn't have been carrying a gun, but didn't agree with members of his administration who called him a domestic terrorist. Take a listen.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I will tell you, you look at the numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. Bovino's very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, that, they're incensed about anything.
So, Isabel, we just heard there from President Donald Trump. Do you think that he's actually helping to de-escalate tensions the best he can, I guess?
It's funny, isn't it? This is somebody who was so desperate for a Nobel Peace Prize, and that is his best attempt at de-escalating, questioning the reputation of people who were US citizens and, causing no harm to anybody, losing their lives and killed in front of the eyes of the world. Yes, I think he's de-escalated in the sense he was referring to Bovino there. He's the commander at large of the Border Patrol, and he's pulled him out. He's sidelined Kirsty Noam from Homeland Security. He's reduced the number of Border Force ICE operatives in the city. But at the same time, he's appearing to question the Second Amendment right in the American Constitution for Americans to bear arms. You know, he was perfectly within his rights, Alex Pretty, to be walking around bearing arms. And the NRA, the incredibly powerful lobby in the United States, have come out and are at odds with President Trump about this. And this has inflamed them and a huge number of his Republican base. Of course, lobbying is huge in the States, and the money involved from the NRA is important. As again, we're talking about the midterms, he'll be having to be mindful of that. But he also made fairly incendiary comments today. We've seen the senator, I forget if she's a congresswoman, the Minnesota congresswoman, Leigh Ann Omar, today being attacked. And she was attacked with an unknown substance. There are investigations underway as to what it was. People at the scene said that it had a foul smell, and somebody was arrested. They came at her and were obviously wanting to spray her with a substance, which is incredibly alarming. And President Trump has come out. I mean, he's got beef with her anyway, but he's come out and said, well, she probably sprayed herself. Now, that is just adding, fuel onto the fire and really unhelpful language. If you spoke to anybody in diplomacy, if you want to de-escalate, these are not the things to do. So he's gone some way in terms of dialing things down, but I think he could have gone a lot further, to be perfectly honest.
And it's so interesting because we talk about Ilhan Omar there, don't we, Freddie, and what happened to her and what Donald Trump came out and said, as Isabel said, she just might have orchestrated this all herself. Once again, we know they don't get on at all, and that's quite important to point out. I want to just ask your thoughts on that. And also, when we talk about the protesters, I spoke to a really interesting reporter who's been on the streets of Minneapolis ever since these protests did break out. And he did say to me the protests are also ramping up against the ICE agents. So things between both sides have really hit crisis point.
Yes, I think on Ilhan Omar, I mean, there's deep hatred between Trump and her, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I think on the protest generally, yes, it is absolutely appalling that these two people were killed in this way. There was no need for it to happen. But there is undeniably a concerted attempt to stop ICE by a large number of people in Minneapolis. And if it wasn't so cold there at the moment, things would be a lot worse because the protests would be far more vigorous. And the difficulty that a lot of the people who want to support the protesters are having is that actually, on things like crime, Trump's policies on crime are divisive. They poll quite well on crime, actually. And if you look at the actual results of what's happened in cities that he has, in some ways, militarized the last few months, homicides are going down, carjackings are going down, robberies are going down. These facts are things that he will want to campaign on in the midterms. The problem he realized this week is that the optics of what's going on in Minneapolis are bad. And that is something that he has moved to address this week. And I think it's, one of the rules of Trump 2.0 is never bend, never break. So never, give in the face of criticism or hostility in the media. But I think here has been a rare example where we have seen a bit of bending, because we've seen Trump say, actually, this is not going right. This is not the way we should be carrying out deportations. ICE is getting itself in a lot of trouble, and we want to change our tactics.
Isabel, I heard you want to interject there, give your thoughts, but Freddie, he does apparently seem to be softening his stance a little bit, and we wonder, Isabel, is it midterms, is it the polling, is it both sides of the political aisle are now saying, wow, what's happening with ICE is just not looking good?
Yeah, I mean, for people who are fans of Donald Trump will often say he's got a great nose for the public mood, but I think he was really slow on this. And, he might be in this never bend or break mold, and he's sort of breaking his own rule on this one, but he did it very slowly. I mean, I think the public mood was shocked after Renee Good was killed. In what world is it radical to block the path of officers? I mean, that's pretty much how the civil rights movement was carried out in the United States. That's how the suffragettes and women got their vote in this country. And there's nothing radical about trying to object peacefully to something that you think is morally repugnant. And, we've seen children being taken away from school and many questionable tactics being used by ICE recently. And that's been reflected in the polls. YouGov, in April last year, there was a majority of people who actually 44% of voters liked what they were doing. 30% didn't. Well, January this year, before either of those American citizens were killed by ICE agents, 50% didn't like them, 32% did. And that has significantly changed since the killings. And around 63% of Americans believe that the killings were not justified. So he will be incredibly mindful of those midterms. His name isn't going to be on any of the tickets, but even his own Republicans are concerned that they could lose control of both houses. At one point, it was unheard of that anyone would be even contemplating that both houses could be lost. But that is a possibility, and I would say probably a large part of that is to do with how things have played out this January alone.
Yeah, absolutely. And just before we came to air in the last hour or so, there has been news that the federal agents involved in the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty in Minneapolis have been placed on leave. So that is happening now as we look at the story. But thanks so much for your thoughts there. We're going to move on now. And Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara is in Moscow today to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's thought the two leaders will discuss bilateral ties as well as ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. It follows a ceasefire agreement between the Syrian army and the Kurdish-led SDF after recent fighting in northeast Syria. Freddie, let's start with you. So what are they expected really to speak about at this meeting? Because we must remember that al-Shara was actually in Russia not that long ago, in October. It's almost 3 months on. So what's the new vibes?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? And I think it suggests that there's a much greater diplomatic game afoot than perhaps we are seeing at the sort of surface level. I mean, al-Shara was presented to the world as a kind of defeat for Putin because he'd lost his ally in Assad. Syria was effectively not his territory, not his area of influence anymore under al-Shara. But clearly there are other conversations going on. Al-Shara has been talking to Washington. He's met Donald Trump. There is clearly communications going on between Russia and Washington, not just about Ukraine, but about what's going on in the rest of the world and what's going on in the Middle East. And I strongly suspect that there is some sort of agreement, a tacit agreement maybe, an unspoken agreement maybe, between Washington and the Kremlin about Russia's role in Syria, because it's clearly not going to give up its influence there just because there's been a change of leader.
And it's so interesting because I was speaking to a professor a little bit earlier who is Syrian-American, spent a lot of time in Syria recently, and he was making that point to me that what is happening now is the US still wants Russia to have a presence in Syria, and a lot of that reason is because of Israel. And Israel is arguing, and it's fearful that if Russia pulls out, it will create a vacuum in Syria, which will increase the presence of Turkey in the country. So there's a lot of things happening, shadow diplomacy behind the scenes, according to who I was speaking to earlier. But Isabel, what about the Syrian assets Russia currently has? Will this be up for discussion? But when al-Shara has met with Putin, he has demanded for these assets to come back. And also, of course, we know Bashar al-Assad is taking refuge inside of Moscow.
He is, and they will be wanting him back to put him on trial, or who knows what, if he does ever return to Syrian soil. But, when it comes to meetings with Putin, who knows what comes up for discussion. I mean, we know that with Witkoff, they are only given the Kremlin's translators, so it's not even guaranteed that the American message is getting through as they would like it to be presented, and in reverse. So who knows whether or not the same translating scenario will be afforded to the Syrians as well. They want $2 billion worth of assets, back that was seized by the Russians, and they may well mention it. Whether that message will fall on deaf ears, I don't know. But you're absolutely right to point out that Israel will be pulling strings very much. Benjamin Netanyahu very much has the ear of President Donald Trump, and they will be concerned about Turkish expansionism and providing a counterweight to that. And Israel, for all that has happened in recent months, and with this tentative, and I say tentative because around 400 civilians have lost their lives in Gaza since the ceasefire was notionally agreed, they are still very aware that they are facing fewer and fewer allies, particularly in the region. And so they want to strengthen their position where they can. So I think it's really, really fascinating what is happening, who's got whose ear. And so many levels across many, many continents at the moment, we are seeing huge changes in the way that the world's being run, who's pulling the strings. And, it will be absolutely fascinating to see what happens over the next 12 months. And I think it's really, really hard to predict exactly how things are going to play out.
I must tell you something, Isabel, couldn't predict the last 3 weeks, so I think we've got a long time to predict.
2026 has been crazy.
Yeah, it's been exhausting. But
yes.
Freddie, final thoughts on what we're just talking about when it comes to Syria and Russia. And it's just absolutely fascinating when we talk about the diplomacy, because obviously the US is involved. We know the US is also involved to try to bring an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. There is a lot happening at the moment.
There's an awful lot happening on so many fronts. And of course, the first story we talked about, Iran, is very much relevant to what's going on in Syria. If there is to be some kind of civil war in Iran, does Iran become a kind of Syria 2.0 situation in terms of unrest, in terms of potentially a future kind of ISIS force emerging from there? All these things have to be considered. And I thought it was very interesting in the leaked text. Well, they weren't leaked, they were published by Donald Trump from Mark Rutte, head of NATO, and from Emmanuel Macron. The first thing they said to Trump in an attempt to suck up to him was, you did something amazing you've just done something amazing on Syria, referring to the ceasefire. And I think the second thing they were talking about, or second thing Macron wanted to talk about, was we can do something amazing in Iran. So what's going on there? And how does Russia fit into that picture? Because, of course, the Europeans are very opposed to Putin because of the war in Ukraine. But the Trump administration are desperate to get the Europeans on board with some kind of agreement with Russia over Ukraine. So lots of things going on, and we are seeing sort of strange glimpses now of a new emerging world order. It's fascinating to watch, but often very confusing.
Yeah, very confusing. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. And let's move on to another one now. And the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, began his 3-day visit to China today with a large delegation of business leaders. Experts expect the UK is looking to enhance its trade relationship with Beijing. So, Freddie, a lot of people are actually calling this a historic moment. This is the first visit in 8 years. And the big question right now is, how important is this for Keir Starmer and for the UK?
Well, Keir Starmer is already facing quite a lot of criticism from the Conservative Party here in London, from the Reform Party, the new insurgent force in British politics, about his closeness to Beijing. And there's always been this suspicion that Keir Starmer is a natural anti-Brexiteer, he's a natural Europhile. And Europe at the moment is very nervous of what Trump is doing on the world stage, as we've already alluded to. And there is a sort of mood in Europe that is actually reflected in Washington, too, that there's a China-led future and there's an America-led future. And increasingly, European powers are being pulled between the two. And Keir Starmer, because of Britain's historic closeness to America, has so far done quite a good job of juggling the two. But that, since the Greenland drama, that Trump sort of came out quite critical of the UK. And I think there's a sort of growing suspicion in Washington that actually Starmer is quite eager to curry favour with Beijing over Washington. And a lot of the rhetoric we heard about his trip to Beijing today was China's very concerned about Britain's closeness to America. And that's a very odd thing for China to be concerned about, because Britain has for a very long time been close to America. So it's another interesting shifting sands of diplomacy story. But Starmer's got to be pretty careful because, Rachel Reeves, his chancellor, went to Beijing in the early days of his administration and announced a kind of 60 billion or something investment. And I suspect that's what's going to happen here. Starmer's going to come up with a big number. It's going to sound very impressive. And then we might not ever figure out where that money materializes, where it comes from, how it's developed. And there's a suspicion that Britain is selling out its prestige, its power on the world stage, just to get cash in from China.
And you know what I find so fascinating, actually, because he's also walking a tricky tightrope, Isabel, Keir Starmer, because remember, Mark Carney just went to China recently. Of course, he's the Canadian Prime Minister, and they talked about reaching these trade deals. And Donald Trump retaliated and said if that happens, he was going to put a 100% tariff on Canada. So Donald Trump is watching these meetings very closely, and I know Keir Starmer's keen to say that the UK and the US have this special relationship, but it is a tough challenge for Keir Starmer.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and it speaks to desperation, if you ask me. I mean, this is a government that promised growth and has so far been unable to deliver it. And they know that if people feel worse off when it comes to the next election, it's very likely that Nigel Farage, whether he has proper policies or not, will benefit from that. And so he has to find that growth from somewhere. And he's very, very keen to get that bounce from China. But that can come with its own whole host of problems. As you mentioned, you can enrage your already unreliable and unpredictable ally, America. You also have all the issues around spying, and there have been a historic number of incidents when you've seen Chinese spies infiltrating Parliament. You had GCHQ come out and declare that it was highly likely that the Chinese had interfered in the Electoral Commission in 2021, 2022. All the issues around Huawei, and now we're seeing, them being phased out in this country as well. It's not exactly what you would call a trusting relationship. And we've been hearing on the airwaves that China hawk today, Ian Duncan Smith, really sounding the alarm bells. We've also got the super embassy that's just been approved here, and people describe it as those who are concerned about it, that they might see refugees, Hong Kong, people who fled Hong Kong being kidnapped and saying they no longer feel safe on the streets of London where we've been harbouring them. So it's an incredibly fraught situation, and I wouldn't want to be having to make those decisions, but I do think you have to be in the room and have those conversations. We are a weakened country post-Brexit, irrespective of whether you're a Brexiteer or not, a GDP 8% down year on year. And we have this unreliable special relationship now. The European Union, even as you pointed out, having these conversations with Beijing. So you have to go, you have to explore opportunities. I also had a really interesting interview this morning on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, Freddie, here in the UK. One of the delegation is representative from Brompton. These are these foldable bikes. My husband sweetly disappears off on every day and then folds up onto a train and then takes it into town. They have a huge number of sales over in China. And the representative from Brompton on the radio this morning was saying, look, global warming, climate change is not a Chinese problem, it's not a British problem, it's a global problem. We're only going to solve it if we work together. Now, if we're selling bicycles to a place that is a hugely polluting country, we are helping the global picture. So it's all about, Starmer's, I think Freddie's right, it does speak to Starmer's natural position, which is to be outward looking rather than the sort of nationalistic, isolationist position that we are seeing increasingly from his opponents here. So interesting times. I wouldn't 100% trust China as a trading partner, but I think we have to be at the table and have those conversations.
Freddie, thoughts from you?
Well, I think Isabel speaks very clearly and well about it, as ever. But I think a really fascinating part of this to me is, of course, COVID, which is probably the biggest calamity to have affected Western economies in my lifetime, even bigger than the financial crash in many ways. And the very fact that China has not been transparent about the origins of COVID, and no national state, even Donald Trump doesn't talk about this. Nobody, because China is so powerful economically that nobody is willing to demand that China is more transparent about what happened with COVID. And if there was any other country in the world, the pressure to find out the roots of the virus, the origins of the virus, would be overwhelming. But yet, Keir Starmer will go to Beijing and it will not be mentioned because it cannot be mentioned. And I think that's a staggering aspect of this story.
I never ever thought of that, actually.
I just wanted to add in that final point is that, you can get a lot of cheap goods from China, but we know that there are human costs to all of this. Why is it so cheap? Because of their, willingness to use slave labour. And there are people who want Starmer to raise the issues of human rights while he's there, and also about some of the prisoners in Hong Kong who are facing horrendous situations just for trying to maintain the freedoms that they'd enjoyed in a country that, has had a very heavy-handed authoritarian imposition imposed on them.
I do think it's one thing to outline, because I was listening a little bit to just some stats between the UK and China, and Keir Starmer has said this trip really boils down to a lot about the economy. It's all about a strategic reset. And we must remember, China's second largest economy in the world. It's the UK's third biggest trading partner. It supports over 300,000 jobs in the UK. So, we have the arguments for and against, and we've got the statistics. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens on his charm offensive for 5 days in Beijing. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Freddie, they've chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Freddie, let's start with you. And it's about the doomsday clock. It's moved closer to midnight. How worried should everybody be?
Well, I think as a fairly gloomy person, I think we should always be worried about doomsday. But I was made aware of this story. Again, I mean, it's been bubbling for a while. The doomsday clock is a sort of story that comes up every now and then. We say, how close are we to midnight on the doomsday clock, which is supposedly about nuclear annihilation. And my son just heard about it through some sort of social media feed. And he was like, apparently we're closer than ever to doomsday story, which means the world's going to end. And he was very much convinced that this was true and that the world is about to end. I think we should add a bit of skepticism about the doomsday clock. It often has been quite hysterically presented. I think there is undoubtedly factors that suggest that the kind of peaceful world order that we've had since the Second World War is, as with all the stories we've been discussing tonight, big things are happening, the world is changing and so on. But I also think this sort of online tendency, and the doomsday clock does not help this, to think that apocalypse is nigh. We've all become, it's almost like we've all become members of a strange cult that thinks that we are bound to be incinerated at any given moment. And so I think we should just add a little bit of skepticism to it. And I realise the Anne Finlay story is meant to be jolly and fun. And so I'm sorry that my story is about the end of the world. I'll do that. But I think it's an interesting story.
But it is quirky. Let's not think too much about it. It can be quirky and fun. But I just remember that I saw the story, and I think it was about 25 years ago or so. The doomsday clock was a big thing because of what the world was going through right then. When we had the war in Iraq, things were very different. Nuclear weapons were being talked about all the time. And now we're back in the same position. But I felt like the doomsday clock is back. It's interesting after so many years, but that's just...
The doomsday clock is on a time loop.
It's on a time loop. There we are. And Isabel, yours is something a little bit different. It's about a K-pop and a presidential... have I got this all right? A presidential request.
Yes, you have. So I don't know by the sounds of it if you're a K-pop fan or not, Leigh Ann, or if you are, Freddie, but I came late to the party to this through K-pop Demon Hunters. My now 8-year-old daughter is absolutely obsessed, and I've been converted to really fully appreciate this genre, which is a kind of mixture of hip-hop, pop music and R&B, and they rehearse within an inch of their lives. Their beats are just incredible, and they are increasingly popular around the world. So anyway, this band, huge boy band, not only just in terms of numbers, there's 7 of them, I think, BTS, known as the Bangtan Boys, but also hugely popular around the world, have reformed after 4 years off and are about to go off on their world tour. But one of their biggest markets, I think the third biggest market for K-pop music, is actually in Mexico. And the president of Mexico is so upset that the boys are only stopping in Mexico City for 3 nights on their 79 date world tour that she has written to the president of South Korea to personally request more dates in the country. And apparently it's been absolutely crazy. There have been issues with dynamic pricing. Some people have been paying tickets north of £750 each, but I think only 150,000 tickets were available, and I think it was some crazy number, like 1 million youngsters trying to get their hands on them. So it sounds like K-pop need to, this band BTS need to get back to Mexico and capitalize on it all. But I have to say, I am a bit of a fan, and it started in the 90s. It's only taken me till now to appreciate it, but it's on the rise. So if you haven't heard K-pop Demon Hunters, guys, you will. They'll get you eventually.
Can I tell you something? K-pop wasn't something that was really on my radar either. My boyfriend introduced it to me because he really likes all this sort of stuff, anime and K-pop. And I love that song, is it We're Going Up, Up, Up? That's K-pop Demon Hunters. It's brilliant. Freddie, you must have heard it. It's the best song.
I'm afraid I've actually banned it from our because it was being played far too often, and it drives me mad. I can't bear it, I'm afraid. I'm not a
It's
K-pop
awful,
fan.
but the beat is so good, Freddie.
It's so good.
So on point.
It's like algorithmically generated horror. That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah.
Well, Freddie, you sound like
the algorithmically generated horrors we've discussed tonight. That's the least offensive.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, interesting. You're pointing out the diplomacy. The real shadow diplomacy is about K-pop.
Yeah, exactly.
You sound like the doomsday dad, I must say, Freddie. Banning the K-pop tunes.
I'm sorry.
I remember when the cult of Taylor Swift arrived in the UK, and you were equally gloomy about your daughter going to see that, and you did think it was a cult, didn't you?
I did. I'm very suspicious about these things. But she went to the concert and she's still sort of delightful. So, yes.
Good.
I'm one of these people who's definitely a cult member, sort of believe in the doomsday clock. I'm a Swiftie and I like K-pop. So anyway, hopefully me and your daughter have a few things in common. But thank you so much to our guests. Freddie Gray, Deputy Editor of The Spectator, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster. And that's all from us from W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday on Al Arabiya English. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, President Trump says time is running out for Iran, but that he still hopes the Iranians will come to the negotiating table. His warning comes as a fleet of U.S. warships have arrived in the region. We ask, is there still time to avoid any military action?
And we get the latest on the situation in Gaza with no sign that the Rafah crossing will open. That's next on Global News Today. Hello and welcome. As a U.S. warship was reported near Iran yesterday, U.S. officials claimed Tehran was ready to strike a deal, a claim Iran's foreign minister clearly rejected, saying his country has not requested negotiations with Washington. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump warned Iran that time was running out. Let's take a listen.
In June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time.
For the latest analysis on the situation, I'm joined by Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the Obama administration. Joel, so let's start with this. We've heard from Trump that time here is running out. He said the Armada is on its way, another one, but there's still hopes for negotiations. What's your assessment of the situation of where we're at right now?
Well, Catalina, it's great to be with you. And President Trump clearly wants to make a show of force, not just towards Iran, but he has done this, of course, in our own hemisphere towards Venezuela. And he has had success at pinpoint military strikes in Venezuela in particular, and then against Iran in the strikes back in June. But what we're looking at right now is much different because he has tied this military pressure to the protests on the ground in the street. And there's no clear path to achieving a goal of regime change, which seems to be undergirding what he wants through military strikes from outside alone. And so it's very unclear what he's trying to achieve right now. He has talked about the nuclear program, but we don't quite have a sense of the specificity of what his policy is. And that's creating concern in Washington that it really is a policy without direction.
You're taking us exactly to our next question, Joel, because what are we talking about if negotiations were to take place here? What do you think Donald Trump is asking for, what he's really after?
You know, Catalina, I'm a big advocate for nuclear negotiations. I always have been. I also did support the strikes back in June, as I believed that at the time there was an imminent threat of a move towards weaponization. But right now we're in a different period. Right now, in early 2026, we need to have a clear path towards ensuring that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon, but that also we have a policy towards Iran that does not create greater instability in the region. And that's my big fear, is that our allies in the region, be it Saudi Arabia or UAE, they are very nervous about military strikes without clarity. What could happen to refugee flows if the regime perhaps is hit and there's no power to come in and really fill that vacuum? Could there be refugees into Turkey? There's a lot of unknown questions. And so this is a policy that seems to be driven more by President Trump's personal sense of animus and his personal sense of power rather than a clarity with our allies as to what we're trying to achieve.
Right. And despite all of this buildup that we're seeing here, all of these warships that he's sending, this pressure, saying that he will hit harder than ever before than last year, do you think that there can be realistically a chance of de-escalation between the U.S. and Iran?
You know, first of all, the bravado that you referenced, the idea that somehow we are just going to this time get it right, whereas the last time when we conducted strikes and the Israelis conducted strikes, many regime leaders, many nuclear scientists, IRGC leaders were killed, and we'd have to do that again. I mean, this is, again, what I refer to as bravado. What's the intention? If the intention is to get a nuclear agreement with Iran, that is a worthy objective. But where are the negotiations? And currently, they're not underway. And so I think what we're looking at for President Trump is a desire to try to increase military pressure and threats without clarity about how to achieve the specific objective of ensuring that there is no nuclear program functioning and moving towards a bomb in Iran. And that's why you hear it in my tone. There's uncertainty in Washington. I talked to a lot of people in Washington across both sides of the aisle, trying to understand where the policy is heading. And the reality is that nobody really understands it. And it's a lot of emotion, and it's not a lot of clarity about what we're trying to achieve right now towards Iran.
Exactly. And Joel, I think you can agree here that this is probably striking and also unprecedented language coming from a U.S. president talking so openly and vividly about military deployment. So how unusual is that? And what effect does this kind of rhetoric have in the situation that is already so tense, especially as you say, since no one really understands what the policy is here?
Yeah, Catalina, I'm glad you brought this up. We're in a moment of post-legal military activity by the Trump administration, where historically, and according to our Constitution and according to laws passed by Congress, the president should seek authorization for strikes. We call it an authorization for the use of military force, or he should be providing an explanation under the War Powers Act as to why he took strikes related to Venezuela, for example, related to ISIS and others. Now, on the strikes against ISIS in Syria, there are those guidelines, there are those legal justifications, but there aren't any towards Iran. And in fact, Congress has passed legislation saying there is no authorization for force against Iran. And so for the president, if he wants to make sure the American people are on board with any military action abroad, he needs to come to Congress, but he chose not to towards Venezuela. And now it looks as if he's doing the same towards Iran. And that is not a popular position to take.
Right. And Iran also recently said that it made no requests for negotiation right now, especially with U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff. So this raises a big question, right? So what leverage does Washington actually have in this moment, considering that they made no requests for negotiation and beyond moving military assets into the region?
Well, I have to say, for the Iranians to put it on the other direction, they should walk very carefully, because as we have seen, President Trump is not hesitant to use military force. And I don't think he would hesitate to use it here, regardless of what we were talking about earlier, to use it again towards Iran. They're really playing with fire if they think that somehow he's just going to turn back. And so this is a moment for the Iranian leadership as well to recognize that there is pressure against them. Clearly, the sanctions, the economic distress in the country is paramount. Of course, the military pressure we're discussing. And on the ground, inside Iran, the people, the mass slaughter of Iranian civilians by this regime is unprecedented. And they are feeling the heat both internally and externally. If they were interested in maintaining their power and not getting to another war, it would behoove them to reach out to Steve Witkoff with a legitimate negotiation to try to find a way forward. If they don't think that the president will take strikes, they're really making a very risky, dangerous bet that has been proven to be the opposite outcome from what they're expecting in the past.
And we've been talking about military policy here because you've brought up this good question. So what is the larger U.S. military policy when it comes with what we've been seeing also with Venezuela and now Iran? What's your assessment on Trump's actions? Are they erratic, or does he have a point here?
Well, the interesting part about this is that the Iran situation is a bit out of the frame of where this administration is trying to drive national security policy for the United States. A recent national security strategy that we published, that the president's team published a couple of months ago, essentially said it wants to have the United States dominate hegemonically the Western Hemisphere and allow spheres of influence, be it from Russia in Europe, be it from China and Asia, allow that to unfold. But Iran is different. Iran is not in our region. But from my perspective, Iran is very personal for President Trump. He views Iran and the Iranian leadership as at one time attempting to assassinate him. He has taken strikes against the leaders of the IRGC and against the nuclear program. He's a strong supporter of Israel. And I think that this president looks at Iran as a special case where his military policy and national security strategy that is global, Iran stands out as a target for him. And I think the Iranian leadership needs to recognize that he's not going to just walk away from this.
And finally, Joel, for countries across the region, you mentioned also escalation in the region, watching all of this play out. How worried should U.S. allies be about confrontation spiraling here into something bigger?
I think they should be worried. I think that what we're on a path. There was a conjecture, discussion about maybe a week ago, there would be strikes, and apparently we were not ready was the argument as to why we did not. But when we move forces into theater, like we did towards Venezuela, they sit there. And they sat in Venezuela for months. And I remember when I served at the State Department, we moved forces into Kuwait, and they sat there for months before invading Iraq in 2003. And so when we put forces into the Gulf and towards Iran, and they sit there, you can bet that the direction is towards military action, and the region needs to take this seriously.
Joel Rubin, thank you so much for your analysis on this developing situation. Joel Rubin joining us from Chile, Washington, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the Obama administration.
Thanks so much.
For more on this, I'm joined by Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Perry, a former NATO commander who joins us from London. Dr. Perry, thank you for joining us.
It's a great pleasure.
I'm glad here to get your experienced perspective on all of this today, all these developing stories. Let's start with the latest, which is that Donald Trump just confirmed what he described as another beautiful armada moving towards Iran. He also says that this strike will be far worse. So my question is, why? Is this a show of force, or does it suggest an imminent strike?
Well, I think if you look at the various deployments that the Americans have put into the Gulf region, centered on the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, and about 500 cruise missiles based either in the air or indeed below the surface or in surface ships. This is a major strike package. There's no question about that. It's designed to put pressure on Iran to come to the table on their nuclear program. But also, I suspect it has another purpose, and that is to overhaul the security services, particularly the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, in case there is any more repression in the wake of the recent surge in unrest in Iran.
And if you were to guess, given your experience, if this were to turn into a strike, how and when do you think a strike would actually take place?
Well, that's a good question. If I were doing it, I'd probably do it at the weekend because then you don't upset the stock markets around the world in terms of instability. The other thing I would do is I would wait to see what the reaction of the Iranian military and Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps would be to the prospect of actually having some action taking place against them. You'll want to find out what emitters, radars and other things they've got. And I think initially I'd probably want to probe and test their reactions to what I might do.
And there's also a lot of focus on the USS Abraham Lincoln. You also mentioned it right now. Trump describes it as being very powerful. So for viewers who actually don't follow all of this military hardware stuff, why has this ship been chosen, and what are its military capabilities?
Well, the Americans have got 9 carriers, of course. They're each around 100,000 tons. They, along with nuclear submarines, are the capital ships of modern navies. They deploy an immense amount of firepower, principally in relation to the fighter jets and the aircraft that can deploy missiles and precision-guided munitions. And so an aircraft carrier like that will have up to between 70 and 90 aircraft. It can launch them in very little time. Its sortie rate is incredibly high. And of course, the beauty of an aircraft carrier is it's constantly moving. You can vary the point of attack. And of course, it's not a static airfield. So it's also defended by a number of destroyers. They're called the Arleigh Burke class. They are specifically designed to protect the carrier and make sure that missiles and drones do not reach the carrier. There will almost certainly be a nuclear submarine in attendance. That itself can fire missiles. And that as a package, the carrier group is immensely powerful. We saw what happened down in Venezuela. That was headed by a carrier group and also an amphibious group. Of course, these sorts of ships can determine the outcome of campaigns.
And Dr. Perry, President Trump has also told Iranians, we heard him last week saying help is on the way, or some weeks ago. And U.S. officials also say that they're not targeting the Iranian people here. So could any U.S. strike actually still backfire by actually hardening public opinion inside Iran against the United States?
Yeah, I think it depends. I mean, I think in terms of actually bringing assistance to the people who've rebelled against the regime, it's probably a little bit too late now. The key problem is the Americans are going to have to take some interesting choices so as not to alienate the population while destabilizing probably the security and police and armed forces. The Americans have the discrimination with their weapons to be able to do that. They will concentrate on the regime, of course, the armed forces and the powers of repression. But, you know, the Iranians are a proud people, and we can't determine in advance whether as a nation they'll stand together against this sort of assault. My experience is, as I say, they're proud. They're very patriotic about their country, and it's unpredictable. The Americans will have to be very careful in terms of the violence they visit on Iran, and of course, not its people.
And do you think that at this point negotiation is still possible? As you just said, this whole situation is quite unpredictable right now.
Yes, I mean, as long as you're not actually fighting, there's always time for discussion. I think President Trump has said, look, it's rather like a poker game, you know, he's got a lot of cards and he knows that he's probably got very high cards in his hand at the moment. And I think it's a game of sort of bluff and counter bluff. Does President Trump mean it, or is he just ramping up the pressure? The Iranians have got to calculate, frankly, on the basis of what he's done in the past. And what he's done in the past is actually followed through on his threats. So I think he means it. And so there is time, I think, and space to talk, to negotiate. If the Iranians are sensible, they'll at least take that option before they allow President Trump free rein to be able to do what he wants.
And you're in London right now, so there are reports that the UK and France might be involved in some capacity here. What do we actually know at this stage?
So we've got Royal Air Force jets have deployed to the region, and they are probably going to be deployed in a defensive capacity to make sure there are no threats to where you are on the southern side of the Gulf. I suspect also we have a nuclear submarine, HMS Hanson, in the region. I'm not sure whether that will take part in any operations. It has cruise missiles itself, but at the moment it's supposed to be en route to Australia. But of course, these things are secret, and we'll see what happens.
That was my last question, because what support might allies actually be offering here? Would that support typically be overt, or would much of it be actually happening behind the scenes?
Oh, of course. I mean, no military commander or indeed no politician is going to reveal his hand beforehand. And I think at the end of the day, the Americans will have a plan. One thing I think people should recognize is that the character of warfare has changed now in the 21st century as a result of what has happened with drones and other autonomous systems, also in relation to what happened in Venezuela and what has happened in Ukraine. So what I would say to people is, whatever the Americans are planning, it'll be something new. They will have thought about this. And one thing I have sort of detected in my studies is the Americans are changing the face of warfare at the moment, and they will have a plan that will be very effective. It won't actually be one that is designed to fail.
Now, let me change gears here a bit and turn to NATO. Given your background as a former NATO commander, we're going to pick your brain here. NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte recently said, and he did receive some backlash for this, he said that Europe is incapable of defending itself without America, essentially saying good luck to Europe without America, and that Europe should keep on dreaming if it thinks it can defend itself. So do you agree with this assessment?
Yes, absolutely. We've been locked into our alliance with America so closely for the last 50 or so years that we're almost incapable of actually doing things on our own in Europe. We're rebuilding, hopefully rapidly, in terms of the way we can actually build our capacity and our ability to basically deter threats primarily from Russia, but also from China as well eventually. And I think in 5 to 10 years' time, we'll be in a position on our own, possibly, as long as we have continued investment in both human and material terms, to be able to defeat a major opponent. The real problem is that, again, the character of warfare has changed. We've seen that we're not in the era in Europe of mass armies anymore now. It's an era of what I call destruction from distance. It's long distance missiles, drones and things like that. And Europe's a very crowded continent, so the ability to damage it very easily is right up there. And currently we do not have, for example, the air defences to deal with some of these modern missiles and drones. And dare I say it, the same applies out there in the Gulf. And people are very busily investing in the technologies needed to defend our populations against these random attacks or indeed mass attacks by missiles and drones.
And do you also think, for example, that recent arguments over Greenland have actually caused issues in this NATO alliance, caused pressure on the alliance?
Well, the issue with Greenland, of course, was President Trump's nervousness that the Danes were not paying enough attention to that sort of flank of NATO. If I can tell your viewers, there's a real vulnerability across the top of the North Pole from the Russians and Chinese firing hypersonic and ballistic missiles. And the coverage by radar and other detector means is not great. The ability to disrupt that is also quite good from the Russian point of view. And so what President Trump was doing was trying to focus attention on the fact that the European members of NATO, and of course Denmark basically has Greenland as part of its sovereignty, weren't actually doing enough to defend it. And he's right. I mean, in so many things, President Trump, he expresses it in a very clumsy way, but he's often right about the things he says. There's a lot of huffing and puffing by the big bad wolf. He was never going to invade Greenland. And I always explain to people that if you read his Art of the Deal, he says quite clearly that he always pitches high in negotiations, expecting to settle at a much lower level. But he says, I always get my way. I show people something with my right hand. I shock them. I entertain them, or I cause them outrage. And meanwhile, my left hand is doing something else. And so far for him, it's worked. And I think it's very important with President Trump that you don't take what he says literally, but you do take what he says seriously.
And Rutte has also argued that President Trump has actually been good for NATO. So crediting him with this driving higher defense spending, do you agree with this? And is Trump, in your view, a necessary force for Europe and NATO, even if a controversial one?
I've always been sympathetic to President Trump's view that European nations have been freeloading as far as defense is concerned. And I think we should stress this is not just a President Trump view. It's a view across the whole of Congress in the United States that Europe really had to do more. But when it comes to it, President Trump, if he has the capacity, he will help Europe. He will help any of his allies if it's in America's interests. And I think I would focus people's attention on the recent national security strategy. It says quite clearly that America's pacing threat is China, and its pacing scenario is homeland security based primarily against drugs and illegal migrants. There's been a slight shift as well, which says that they want to dominate the Western Hemisphere, rather like under the Monroe Doctrine in the 19th century. They will not tolerate the presence of China in the Western Hemisphere. And what they're saying is, once we've dealt with that, we've got the capacity and it's in our interest to do so. We'll come and help our allies as well.
And one final question, Dr. Perry. This week feels pivotal here, right? What's the one thing that you think could change the direction of this crisis between the U.S. and Iran in the next few days?
Well, I think Iran has probably got to come up with a realistic way of actually convincing the Americans and the rest of the free world that their nuclear program isn't a danger now or in the near future. I mean, I understand when I talk to people in Iran that they all want a nuclear device because it might prevent the sort of attack they may be about to face. But the fact of life is Iran has been a destabilizing force in the region since 1979. Nobody's very happy with Iran with nuclear weapons. And the real issue with nuclear weapons is not the weapons themselves. It's the misbehavior that you can get up to below the threshold of those nuclear weapons. If you have a nuclear capability, people are very wary of doing things with you. I'll give you an example. In 2010, the North Koreans sank a South Korean frigate and killed a large number of sailors. Now, that's an act of war, but nobody did anything about it, of course, because North Korea had nuclear weapons. And it's that ability to misbehave under that sort of protection that worries most people, and it should worry people in the Gulf as well.
Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Perry, thank you so much for all your valuable perspective on the matter. Now to the latest from the Middle East. President Trump's Board of Peace is gaining international backing, with Saudi Arabia reaffirming its support for the initiative to end the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, however, has made it clear he will not allow a Palestinian state in the Gaza Strip, saying Israel will keep security control from Jordan to the sea. He also added that the main goal remains disarming Hamas. For more insight, we're joined by Caroline Rose, senior analyst at the New Line Institute for Strategy and Policy, who joins us from Washington, D.C. Caroline, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Caroline, first things first, let's talk about the latest developments this week. Israel said Monday it would only allow pedestrians to travel through the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt as part of its limited opening of the crossing. So is the opening limited, or is it open at all?
I think that this is a strategic decision to limit it to pedestrian crossings, which will intentionally hold back the Palestinian economy from being able to slowly or even incrementally be able to recover. I think it's notable, there have been so many different Palestinian exports, like, for example, olive oil, which is in high demand in neighboring countries like Egypt. This stunts that ability for Palestinian businesses to try and continue to export these different products. That being said, there are some individuals that still would be helped with a pedestrian crossing. For example, there have been many people inside of Palestine and inside of Gaza that have needed medical treatment, for example. Still, though, it's a very long way to make it from the Gaza Strip into different cities in Egypt to seek out medical treatment. So the fact that it's only a pedestrian crossing is extremely limiting, and I think is an intentional strategy that has been announced.
So they well labeled it as a limited opening. If only pedestrians are allowed through Rafah, what does this actually mean in practical terms? As we were just talking about, you mentioned for aid deliveries, medical evaluations, and overall humanitarian logistics. You said it's a long way, right?
Very, very much so. I mean, what this does, it stunts the ability for aid convoys, trucks, commercial vehicles to go back and forth between or enter into the Gaza Strip. And I think that this is very much going to not only stunt economic growth, but also stunt Palestinians' ability to get access to food, to humanitarian resources, to medical evaluation. This still keeps the Strip in a standstill. And pedestrian crossing is going to be very difficult. People will still need cars on either side. It's a very long way to walk. And I think that, this is something that is trying to, this is something that has been portrayed as a gesture and as something that is a concession on part of Israel. But honestly, the fact that it's only a pedestrian crossing is not necessarily a very large concession.
And more on the Board of Peace, Caroline, its main mission here is reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, including this huge real estate project of 180 skyscrapers through the Gaza coastline. How realistic is this really?
I think that this would take a very long time. It will require a lot of investment and also a lot of momentum and commitment, which as of right now, I don't necessarily see a lot of companies and organizations piling on to this proposal just because of the risk of Israel conducting recurring strikes into the Strip. Also, the chance that there could be a resurgence in violence and escalation between Hamas and Israel. So I think that right now it's very ambitious, but I don't necessarily see this ensuing in the next at least 2 to 3 years. It'll be a very incremental, very slow process. Additionally, it relies on the Trump administration to move this forward. And right now we're entering into the second year of a Trump administration. If Trump is voted out, and if he does not run for a third term, which is a possibility, and he has hinted at this, but if there is someone else in the White House, they may completely reject and neglect this plan in the Gaza Strip.
Right, Caroline. And now we're going to turn to another topic, that is media access into the Gaza Strip, because Israel's Supreme Court has once again postponed a ruling on whether foreign journalists can enter Gaza independently, so prompting disappointment from the Foreign Press Association, of course. Why does this ruling matter so much, and why does it keep getting delayed?
I think it's because there is a fear of allowing journalists to enter into the Strip and document what they're seeing on the ground and document at this point the devastation of what has ensued in the Gaza Strip. There's always been an issue of access of control. There's been the justification of safety, which certainly has been in the case, especially during points of major escalation. However, especially at this point where, we see the ceasefire, we see the Board of Peace and their plans proceeding, this is an opportune time for journalists to begin entering the Strip and documenting the degree and the scale of these operations and what impact it has made across the Strip. And I think that it's an issue of wanting to prevent access and wanting to prevent these stories from coming out.
That's right, because you mentioned it, Israeli authorities argue that these restrictions are necessary for security reasons. So how persuasive do you think this argument is in your view? Is this a legitimate reason at this point, at this stage of the conflict?
Well, I think, it comes down to this question of if there are security concerns, does that mean that Israel is seeking to violate the ceasefire and conduct a new volley of strikes into the Strip? We have seen some signs of this before, but if they're preventing journalists from entering the Strip at this point in time, that might indicate that they're seeking to escalate once more. Or it's an issue of having journalists on the ground and documenting what they are seeing and documenting the reality on the ground. I think it's a combination of both. This could be something where Israel is seeking to resurrect some of these strikes and try and again target different Hamas hideouts and cells that are active. But also this is an issue of having journalists document what they're seeing and sharing the truth of the devastation across the Strip.
And finally, Caroline, I'm looking ahead. Given where things stand right now, are you optimistic about peace negotiations between Israel and Gaza now that Israel has recovered its final hostage? Do you think that this actually opens the doors for progress into the right direction?
I unfortunately am not very optimistic, just because I think that at the end of the day, the interest at hand and the lack of consensus over a two-state solution it's been so clear that Israel does not want to entertain this proposition. There's interest elsewhere in the region, and this has been something that has been supported by not only Egypt, but also Saudi Arabia and many other regional players. And when you don't have consensus, you can't get very far. I think that there might be more room for discussion, and hopefully both sides can be very open-minded and in trying to engage in these different ideas of what maybe a two-state solution could look like. But right now, it's very clear that the Netanyahu administration does not want that. And they've also opted for a model of kind of regional adventurism and encroachment, not only in the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, but also in Syria and Lebanon, direct strikes with Iran, strikes in Yemen. And so as a result, I think that, it doesn't seem to be, there seems to be no interest in the Israeli government to try and entertain these different ideas and concepts of what peace and stability could look like through a two-state solution.
Thank you so much for your insight. That was Caroline Rose, the senior analyst at the New Line Institute for Strategy and Policy.
Thank you so much.
More on the Middle East. Lebanon has filed a complaint with the UN accusing Israel of breaching the November 2024 truce. The Lebanese Foreign Ministry is now calling on the UN Security Council to pressure Israel to stop its attacks and fully withdraw from the country, saying Israel is clearly violating Resolution 1701, which ended the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. For more, I'm joined by Dr. Sami Nader, who is a director of the Institute of Political Science at St. Joseph University and also leads the Levant Institute for Strategic Affairs, a think tank focused on the economics and geopolitics of the Levant. Dr. Sami, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Sami, we'll start with the escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Hezbollah's chief recently warned that any attack on Iran would also target his group, potentially sparking a regional conflict, a war on everyone, as he put it. So should this threat be taken seriously?
I think, yes, it should be taken seriously in the sense that Iran is playing its final cards in a way, especially that it has been dealt a serious blow for the last 2 years with this total earthquake, the geopolitical earthquake that took place and that transformed the Middle East. And Iran has suffered a serious setback in Lebanon and especially in Syria, what we call the Iranian bridge that used to link Tehran to the Mediterranean has been shattered. And recently, the turmoil is happening inside Tehran and inside and all across the Iranian city. Definitely, this is one of the most serious challenge the Iranian regime is facing since the inception. Since the beginning of the Iranian Revolution in 1979 and the establishment of the Mullah regime, this is the most serious threat they are facing, and this threat is serious because all the ingredient of a real revolution are there. First of all, a geopolitical setback, not to say a geopolitical defeat. The project of the Iranian Revolution, which is about to export the revolution, has been totally decimated. This is one. Secondly, there is a very serious, deep economic crisis. The purchasing power of the normal Iranian has dwindled, and the level of poverty has seriously augmented. And thirdly, the war, or the hidden war for the succession of the of the revolutionary guard, Mr. Khamenei. So all the political ingredient of a real revolution are there. This is to say that their fight today is a fight for survival. And the mere evidence for that is the level of violence that has been used to squash protest. This is to say that today, back to the wall, the Iranian authorities will resort to any means they have in order to try to save, if it's still savable, the regime. In my view, yes, they could retaliate. Yes, the threat is real. However, the balance of power is not today in their favor anymore.
Okay, and such an attack on Iran would likely be coordinated between the U.S. and Israel. So what implications would this have for peace and stability with Israel in the region and for Lebanon?
If we take into consideration what has been already said by the close ally of Iran, like Hezbollah, which is that Hezbollah will not stay silent if Iran is attacked. This puts a lot of this increases the level of risk and put Lebanon in the eye of in a very delicate situation, in a very dangerous one. And this statement by Naim Qassem showing solidarity with Iran is giving Israel the pretext in order to pursue its war and to increase the level of military operation that never stopped since the signing of the ceasefire accord. So, in a nutshell, Hezbollah, who is today monitored, controlled directly by Iran since the decapitation of its leadership in Beirut, namely the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. Iran is directly in control of Hezbollah, and it's regarded the Lebanese scene as one scene to wage a war against Israel, or to use Hezbollah in order to protect Iran against any threat it can encounter. That means, in political terms, that all the effort that has been conducted by the government and the Lebanese president, by the executive power in Lebanon, in order to neutralize Lebanon, in order to get Lebanon out of this regional conflict, is stopped by or blocked by Hezbollah recent statement that, first of all, refused to hand over its arms to the Lebanese government, and consequently they are refusing a decision taken by the government in which they are represented. And secondly, they are offering Israel the pretext to enlarge the scope of their military operation, with all the detrimental consequences that this will engender.
And this week, Dr. Nader, we've seen a new wave of Israeli airstrikes across southern Lebanon and the Bekaa Valley that authorities say have killed at least 2 people, despite a ceasefire in place since late 2024. So what does this mean for a perhaps fragile ceasefire agreement between Hezbollah and Israel?
This is a very important question, actually. Since day one, since the signature of this ceasefire this ceasefire has not, or this accord has never been respected neither by Israel nor by Hezbollah. I mean, Israel is conducting a daily basis military operation inside the Lebanese territory. It kept 5 outposts inside Lebanon, breaching international law and in flagrant breach of the UN Council resolution. On the other hand, Hezbollah is not respecting this accord, according to which he should give up his arm to the Lebanese government and to be totally demilitarized. The Lebanese government has taken the historic decision in August of last year to have the full monopoly of arms all across Lebanese territories, and Hezbollah refused solemnly. And so, on one hand, Israel is keeping its war, and Hezbollah, by refusing to give up its arms, is in a serious blow to the Lebanese sovereignty, the Lebanese government decision, and all the more is offering Israel a pretext to conduct more military actions in Lebanon.
That's right. And Israel insists that any significant peace deal depends on Hezbollah's disarmament. So claiming Lebanon's efforts to control the group have fallen short. How do you assess the current situation, and what type of policies should Lebanon have towards the party's military arsenal?
The only alternative in front of the Lebanese government is to keep doing what they are actually doing, at least what they are saying. They have taken a historic decision to exert their sole authority all over the Lebanese territory. They need to stick to this position. And yes, it's risky, but because of a possible confrontation with Hezbollah, but not doing so, they are facing a higher risk of a total or an all-out war waged by Israel to the detriment and to the Lebanese people, because at the end of the day, the Lebanese people are paying the price of such a war. For this, the government so needs to stick to this position, to speed up the Lebanese army plan to demilitarize all military organization, and they can rely on a majority of the Lebanese people, and as well on the Arab and international community. Especially that this international community and the Arab partners and friends of Lebanon are ready to help Lebanon in order to rebuild, in order to in the economic recovery we are struggling with. But provided the Lebanese government has recovered its full sovereignty over its territory.
Thank you so much for your perspective on the matter. That was Dr. Sami Nader joining us from Beirut, director of the Institute of Political Science. And that's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight
these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamnangirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kafkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys sadly have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने। दानु का राज था, हाँ दानु ने हार माना।
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया। यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है।
The story of Jamdangirishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jamdagni Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dancers in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. That there are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमें से तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. Such a pleasure to talk to you together as well. It's just a bit of an indication of, you know, that the newer generations have a different agenda in the third Avatar. So what can we say without divulging too much?
You know what's amazing? Avatar Fire and Ash is really taking us to the next step of what Pandora can be and what Jim envisions for the Avatar franchise. All these new characters were introduced in Avatar The Way of Water, and now the next generation is coming in, and we're seeing them really come into their own, and all these new subplots. Like, for example, for Saraya, she was calm and gentle and very welcoming, and that spirit is still there, but now with all of this war and destruction, she's learning defiance.
I was just gonna say, I feel like the first film felt like audiences were discovering Pandora for the first time. And Way of Water was like we're discovering new areas of Pandora. For Fire and Ash, it's like now you're seeing Pandora's imperfections, right? So you're seeing like this world so fleshed out, cultures and landscapes that aren't just glowing, beautiful bioluminescence, but like, you know, lava and ash, and it's like, yeah, it's cool.
Right. And you asked about the young ones. I feel like all of these young characters, they have their own arc to overcome, but in that there's always an intertwined just element of standing up for what you believe in and what you have to defy within that.
World goes much deeper than you imagine.
We emerge from, you know, water to fire in this one. How much does it change the acting exercise? Because it's so connected, you know, the motion capture with what's going on around. So there was a lot of water the last one. In this one, there's a bit more.
There's a lot more action. There's a lot more on the run, in the thick of it. Stuff.
And I think it starts with Jim. Because we filmed them simultaneously, he really had to lead us through each emotion, because both films are so massive and emotionally dense that we were very grateful and lucky to have a leader that really took the time with us to understand emotion down to the voice that he had. If it's a really action-packed scene, he'll be loud and engaged with us, and if it's something more subtle and emotional, he'll whisper. He'll literally go down and whisper and say, "This is what you need," and hunch over with you. It really allowed us to step into our characters, and it allowed us to be free.
Right.
What does that always say?
So we stick together.
No, the other one.
So we never quit.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
His mind is great. I mean, he's got everything in his head.
That mind.
How does he translate the vision to you, especially the way it's filmed, you know, with motion capture and your imagination having to work a lot? How does he explain it in a way?
Sometimes he explains it with such depth that it feels like you get to temporarily take a stroll on his mind. He also has his director's monitor and just a big monitor, like which looks like a TV, which we can see. Just the visual world already that's being mapped out, and he can take us around the stage, and we can see on this monitor as we go around just what this visual world looks like.
How do you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Sam and Steven told me something interesting, that although this is like a ginormous blockbuster, it feels a bit like an indie movie because everybody is so close, spends so much time together, like in a family. Is it a bit more intimate when you're on set? How's the vibe?
I feel like with indie movies that have like a lower budget, there's so much creative collaboration and just time spent with each other. There's like the middle ground of like, oh, this is going to be an 8-week shoot, you know, studio movie where maybe you just don't have as much time. But then this had we had so much resources and time that we could just bond as if it was like an indie movie. I'm just thankful for that because I think that really, the years, it built our relationships that made us all feel like a family, I feel like.
Definitely. The set, and especially just the people I was with, started to feel like a home away from home. And especially because we spent so much time together.
I'll kill you! I swear!
That sounds like a fun weekend, but that's not what you really want.
What do I want?
What you've never had.
They've got this complicated relationship that kind of fueled the juice for now 3 movies. So did it feel like it from the beginning that Sully and Quaritch were going to be their own yin-yangs throughout that story arc?
I don't think I was aware of it at all. You know, when we started out, it seemed to be a fairly straightforward relationship, based on military structure. You know, a colonel and a corporal. You know, so you knew who was in charge and who wasn't. And that kind of worked out for about a minute and a half.
Exactly.
Before he went off the farm, you know, to his character.
Before his feelings kicked off.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Yeah. Feelings.
How much do you enjoy it, you know, when you receive the script, when you see that actually, just when you think, you know, the story could end, actually there's so much more to tell.
Well, it was more like a phone call. I remember after the first one, there was no talk of doing any more. And then I got a phone call from Jim, and he explained in this very extremely detailed phone call how he saw the saga going. Like, it was incredible. And he had it all in his head. And I said, have you written it down? He goes, not yet. He goes, it will get down. And then when we read it, yeah, it's exciting because they're like a novel, you know, and 2 and 3 are essentially, they were one movie. Yes. And I think that's why the third one is bigger, but it's very familiar because it's the same DNA. It picks up straight away. That's the whole point of it. It's Jim's got this idea of evolving this world and evolving these characters, and it just keeps getting bigger and more complex.
Swim!
I got you too. It's okay. What does Dad always say?
Sully sticks together.
No, the other one.
Sully's never quits.
That's right. Sully's never quit.
When you work with him, is it crazy to see that everything, as you said, Sam, is in his mind, you know, that he has such a clear vision, you know, before it even comes out on any paper or drawing, let alone screen?
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Jim. He's very detailed and very precise, but the greatest thing about him is that he opens himself up to every single artist. There's a lot of people who participate in these movies, and Jim is very collaborative. Now, he'll claim the idea is all his, But deep down, you know, he knows that's what his role as a great director is to bring people in to make this dream come out, you know.
Okay, you, Stephen? The work with, you know, working with Jim, this creative collaboration?
Yeah, I enjoy working with Jim a lot. It's a very multi kind of feeling situation you have. I mean, as Sam says, he's completely collaborative. He's very, very supportive. The set can be, it's a place where we investigate, we explore, where time is really not an issue, which of course completely flies in the face of traditional filmmaking. It's been a wonderful collaboration for the last 18 years. I've never had a day where I didn't look forward to going to work, I think.
The surprising thing is, it's almost, and it felt like this on the first film, it feels like an indie film.
To him, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's even when you're making it, I think that surprises a lot of people. I've done big blockbusters in the past, and I stopped doing them because they were controlled by committees. And this always felt like stuff I was doing in Australia when I first started. It's very small, very family orientated. Everybody knows each other, and you're all digging in together, and all the departments are together to make the story happen. And I think when people come and visit, that's the biggest shock. They go, it's just like an indie. Like, this is crazy. Yeah.
There's not one thing that you see us do that is animated. It is all us. It is all true. Wherever we go, this family is our fortress.
Especially with the motion capture, how much do you feel like it teaches you, even as actors, with all the experience you have, that it's kind of a new way to act, like a new stretch in the exercise?
It's a liberating way. It's like I find that a very open space. I find that, you know, other films, I'm learning how to act and learning my way and trying to discover what this craft is. And when I get back to Avatar, hopefully all that comes with me. In that way, as an actor, it's a joy to be in.
It is, but freedom, of course, freedom carries its own set of demands. It seems
such
to me.
The kernel, and it is like
it's true that for me, performance capture absolutely demands that you bring imagination and depth to what you're doing. So yeah, freedom is something that you have to. It carries its own set of disciplines and rigors and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And imagination is the essence of acting.
Imagination and observation are the essence of acting.
Thank you so much to both of you. Great to see you.
Nice, you too.
Nice to see you.
I'll kill you! I swear!
Only pure thing in this world. The fire came from the mountain, burnt our forest. My people cried for help. But Eva did not come.
It's great to talk to you about this. First of all, tell us about how you perceive Varang from the first time she was offered to you. How did you see her as a person?
At the time, I really identified with her rage. I had been volunteering at a refugee camp in Calais, and I had a lot of anguish and a lot of anger about the state of the world and the injustices of the world, with a huge pain, human pain that I was seeing. And so there was something about that aspect that I identified with it, you know, because there was a part of me that wanted to set it all aflame. But then through her, I learned about leadership and conviction in a way that has helped me and move beyond the rage and the pain. So I'm very grateful to her as well.
How do you still live? What if every human being on Earth could live here without a mask? Then the Na'vi people will be gone.
Whoa. I think movies echo our emotions so much, even if this is like a blockbuster, you know, kind of imaginary world. I think it's very rooted into human essence, don't you feel?
Yeah, and that's the genius of James Cameron. That's what sets him apart from all other directors, actually, in my opinion, is that he not only has this great understanding of the technological and is a complete innovator and a genius in those realms, but he also has a passion and a great understanding of biological marine life and the actor's process and the heart of storytelling. The big questions that come from this movie are not intellectual. They're not coming from here. That's why we feel them. That's his genius. It's a remarkable thing.
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
The other actors told me that he changes his tone of voice according to the dramatic essence of the scene. Is it true? Like sometimes he whispers, sometimes it's higher, he kind of feels it with you.
Oh no, he's in the scene with you. I mean, and he's like rolling around on the floor and going, oh yeah, and then this, and like trying out he's so engaged, you know, and that's what a part of what allows us to play as freely as we do, is that he is completely there with us, you know, and we're all having a lot of fun even when we're diving into places that are very deep and dark, you know, and he's so engaged. He's completely present.
The children! No, Spider! And we will find another way.
Is it both emotionally and physically engaging, and how does that change the acting exercise to be so 360?
I think the physical training and the physical demands of this film were really great tools to provide a lot of structure and discipline so that there was a really strong foundation to explore the fullness of the emotional reality. It's like with anything. I mean, acting is like, how do you embody somebody else's reality? That's what we do as actors. We tell stories by embodying other people. Sometimes when you're doing regular forms of cinema, you kind of feel like the embodiment is here, you know, and that's a lot of fun. But then to have the embodiment be, you know, all of it, that's, you know, it's very special.
I think we need to keep enjoying the creativeness of cinema on the big screen. And for me, you know, especially a movie like this, you're an actress in it, but I'm sure being an audience member is a thrilling experience.
Oh, it's so thrilling. I don't go to big movies a lot, you know. I go to big ones, little ones, you know, watch it on the different types of screens that we have. But a movie like this is really special because it's not just a blockbuster. It's a movie that's important for our human story, and I really believe that. And it sounds like odd to say, but I really sincerely believe that Avatar: Fire and Ash is asking us, reflecting to us really fundamental human questions that are really important for us to ask right now. And the fact that it's also a really fun and thrilling ride is just, I mean, come on. You'd be crazy not to go.
Your goddess has no dominion here.
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you at the same time for this, because I feel like Avatar is about how everything is connected. Yeah. You know, nature, people, families. Tell us a little bit about this theme and how it's always been inherent to the series for you.
It's beautiful. At first, I remember, you know, I was 27 when I booked the first movie. And there were moments in which, you know, you're finding yourself in that time where you're fearless, you're just going for everything, you're throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks, and all of a sudden, Avatar sticks, James Cameron sticks, and you have to like grow up really, really fast, and out of fear of somebody discovering that you don't really belong there. And then you're chosen to play this role that represents this humble and openly transparent individual that is connected to all things that are, in theory, super simple and absolutely essential. You know, dehumanizing myself meant removing that sense of cynicism and feeling ridiculous by playing someone so innocent and so pure, to later yearning and missing her when she was no longer in my skin. So I feel incredibly fortunate that we get to be a part of a story that connects with people from all ages, from like children to their grandparents. They can all go together and travel to Pandora through Avatar, and that's really beautiful.
And from all over the world.
All over the world.
There! They're coming. Kiri, come on. This way. Go, go!
How did you feel you could portray Varang in the sense of all the backstories that she carries in her emotions?
It was very much at the forefront of my mind to understand her pain and the way that she deals with her pain. And I, as Una, have not experienced anything like what she has experienced, you know, but I could relate, and the imagination is a powerful thing. And I think we often undervalue it. And so in my musings, I went to some really dark places, trying to understand the depth of destruction that she has witnessed in her life. I try to keep it present because I wanted to honor her journey, you know?
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
It is the essence of acting to make your imagination work. I mean, I'm sure it starts when you're kids and you have the imaginary friends. So how much does it feed it in this one? Because, you know, it is very difficult in motion capture to, you know, put in the imagination, put in the emotion. It's a 360 way of working.
Well, it's difficult in acting, period.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why actors go to school, to obtain skills and tools so that they can really protect their imagination. The loss of innocence means that there's an awareness. Therefore, that there's shame, there's embarrassment, there's doubt, there's thinking instead of just feeling, right? Like a performance capture makes it absolutely permissible for you to be that 9-year-old again.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
If we had to describe the mind of Jim Cameron in a few words, what would it be? Talking about imagination and vision.
Curious.
So curious, yeah.
He's a curious child.
Caring.
He's curious about how people work, how things work, how stories can work for people, how messages can be translated through stories, how, you know, messages, strong, essential messages can be translated through fantastic stories. And he's figured it out. And still to this day, at his age, he is still asking questions and going out and recruiting people to help him find those answers. That, to me, is the most special thing that I love about Jim.
Yeah, and also being content with asking important questions. Even if it means they don't have answers, but going out there to find them anyway. But also going, okay, that one, we haven't answered it yet. But he's still going, you know, it's a beautiful humility as well.
Yeah.
I'll kill you! I swear!
I love the way we film these movies. I love making these movies with Jim. I think it's an ultimate gift because he's a true visionary. And so the first day of shooting is always my favorite.
In a way, he takes us to another world when we work with him on this material. It becomes so overwhelming for us for about 2 years. I think for Jack it was 4 years because he was growing. And it's just such a luxury to work this way. You don't have all the encumbrances of regular filmmaking.
The heart of these projects was truly made from the heart of Jim and the heart of the people who are involved in it.
He is a visionary, he is so imaginative, and he knows how to break barriers. If there is a door closed, he will find a window, and he just hustles so hard. And I'm so grateful to have been able to work with someone so brave in their collaboration.
We have a great time together. We have a lot of fun together, serious fun. He makes me a better actor. And that's great, because acting is what my life is all about. And yeah, I think his spirit of exploration, of inquiry, his curiosity is just sort of unlimited.
They're fantastic. You know, Sam and Zoe take it all to a whole new level. If you love those characters, it's going to be quite heartbreaking. If you love the new generation, the kids, Locke and Tuktire and Kiri, you know, Sigourney Weaver's character, they all have much more to do dramatically in this film.
Excited for fans to just experience this film. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and they're all so excited, and I'm so excited with them. They're gonna just have a very fun time watching it on the big screen, and it's an experience. This film is really an experience, and it's an emotional one, but also a fun one and an action-packed one.
Today, for me, it means a lot because I'm in Paris, and I get to watch this film with my mom and my dad.
How to deal with grief and how to deal with, you know, chosen family and non-chosen family, and how that all ties together really beautifully.
La Scène Musicale is not a theater, it's not a cinema. We had to make it into a cinema for this event.
If there's something you can do, then you must do it.
It is always a pleasure to talk to you, and I feel that there's something special and rather sacred when a relationship between an actor and a director is that enduring and creative. Do you agree?
Yes. I mean, I feel so fortunate. I often love to work with the same people again, but this is getting ridiculous. It's
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. And to be entrusted with this very important character for this story at my age is such a miracle. And I realize now that it's true. I needed to go back to this time because I was kind of a mess at 14, 15, and it's really given me a chance to go back into that age and experience it again. And it's kind of been, you know, healing and very, very, very interesting. And Kiri feels very protected in this space. I think all of us do as actors. And it's a wonderful, pure experience of acting because there's no encumbrances of film, no waiting around for the clouds or the sun or whatever. And all of those things happen after we do our best work.
You cannot live like this, baby. In hate.
And it feels it goes back to the essence of acting, which is making your imagination work and your talent in symbiosis, basically. Don't you agree? The experience itself, even with all your experience, must teach you.
It really does. I mean, I think you really, in a very fast way, get used to, on a bare stage, pretty much, feeling that this is the world. And it's a very powerful way of working, and Jim is literally right there with us and exploring everything with us. So it's wonderful. I think we're a little spoiled by it, you know.
They're coming. Kiri, come on, this way. Go, go!
The movie is about so many things: the connection with nature, the connection of families, the connection of generations. What is it mostly about for you? You know, the deep messaging of it.
Well, there certainly are themes that Jim does not shy away from, which seem particularly resonant right now in our world where there is war, and there are so many refugees who don't have a home, and so many issues with the climate being at risk, and corporations indeed being greedy and killing beautiful whales. So, I mean, I think I love it for all those reasons, that we're not just an experience, you know, a 3D e-ride. We are that, of course, and it's wonderful, but it's also, you know, I would call it a 5-course meal. It's really an incredibly satisfying, moving experience. I'm going to see it for the 3rd time tonight. Because I think it's my last chance to see it in the theater for a while, and I just want to see it again because it's so hard to believe what the film has become from our work. It's just, I'm so proud of it.
Thank you so much.
There's something you're hiding. Tell me the truth. Tell her it is time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds. We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now today we are joined by Zander Evett, who is one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. He's trusted by top athletes, actors and business leaders. And for over a decade he's been the expert that high performers rely on for recovery, pain management and truly effective health strategies, cutting through wellness hype and methods that actually work. Well, with the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix this weekend, plus stress, travel and desk life taking a toll on all of us, there's no better time to learn what the world's top performers are getting right and perhaps what they're getting wrong as well. Zander, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I understand you are a performance osteopath. And the first question I was asking myself was, what's the difference between a performance osteopath and the more traditional sense of osteopath?
Sure. Very good question. Firstly, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I think the difference is basically that clinically an osteopath would see anybody with pain, much like a physiotherapist, but perhaps they use their hands a little bit more. And with a performance osteopath, we have a little bit more of a skill set that lends itself to a broader range of modalities, for example, strength and conditioning, for example, recovery tactics and things that you might integrate to somebody's lifestyle. And I think that lends itself to the kind of demographic that I serve, which is high performers, people that have to be switched on, maybe more than the usual 9-to-5er. But there's definitely crossovers, and I definitely still have the same skill set. So clinically, we start off with that, and then a performance osteopath would be somebody that obviously branches out into other areas of expertise.
Okay, so you mentioned high-performance individuals. I mean, give us a couple of clues. I know you can't give us names, but the sorts of profile of client you have.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the people that I see are kind of the top 1 or 0.1%, if you like, can range from CEOs of huge corporations that travel, constantly on the road with huge demands on their plate. And then I could be seeing actors that have roles that are very physically demanding, and they just need support with maybe some injuries or pain or just their fitness for that role. As well as those, I could also, be seeing athletes, and that could be from Formula One to football to basketball. I think my therapeutic skill set lends itself to a foot in the door with a lot of these people. So usually people come to me first with a bad shoulder, a bad back, and then the relationship evolves, and I help them kind of rebuild out of that injury into a fitness or a level of fit for purpose, as I would call it, to be able to do their job and their role at a very, very high level.
Okay, and since you mentioned Formula One, and we've got the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix upon us, I want to ask you, what's your understanding? Because I know you work with quite a lot of drivers and racing drivers involved in Formula One. Is it more about mind over matter? How strong is the mind aspect of being a good Formula One driver versus the physical aspect?
It's definitely huge. I think when you get to the top echelons of any sport, I think when you look at the field of play or on the grid, what you'll see is a lot of athletes that are very similarly posed. So their level of skill in each area required for that sport is almost very, very similar, almost the same. And those marginal gains will be in the management which I offer to people of the psychological side, the emotional side. I'm supporting people and helping also bring in other professionals that might help, with the psychology. When you talk about mind over matter, I think it's important to realize these people are really, they're under a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And that has a lot of similarities with these CEOs, with the actors. But you're right in saying it plays a huge role, because if for some reason on that day you have some kind of emotional wobble, or there's something at home that isn't quite right that day, when you get on the grid, you're slightly behind the next person. And we know that those margins, when you come to the end of the race, that's what determines win or lose. So.
Right, your focus just isn't completely there, is it? It's going to be, your mind's going to be somewhere else.
Exactly.
And your body is there, and it's, going through some pretty arduous tests, 50 kilos forced through the neck on a corner, for example. What does that actually do to a driver's body? And what can people who aren't involved in racing driving, ordinary people like me, perhaps learn from the recovery routine of a driver?
Sure, yeah. You're right in saying that the forces that are exerted upon those drivers are absolutely huge. I think it's important to understand that physically they go through a lot more than you might realise just sat still. And even slight drops in hydration can cause a drop in mental acuity in a significant way. So what the guys are doing in my role in Formula One, for example, they're monitoring and helping to optimize these different facets of health and fitness so that there isn't a drop in any of the any of those outlets of performance. So like I said, with the hydration and mental acuity, it just takes one moment of lapsed concentration, and it could be a crash, or it could be a few seconds back, and therefore losing, a position in the race.
It's really interesting because you're painting the picture of a sort of hybrid between someone who works with the human body in your capacity as an osteopath and someone who works with the mind, almost like a therapist, psychiatrist, psychotherapist, something along those lines. And I just want to ask you as well, I mean, when we look at these high performers that you're working with, you could almost call them the 0.1% of the population. Are there sort of habits that we, and I talk about people who aren't in that percentage, could learn from them in terms of recovery, in terms of routine? What lessons can we draw from them?
Definitely quite a few lessons, actually. And I'm always, I'm forward speaking and saying that, even though they are the 0.01%, you have to remember that their lifestyle is very different to ours. And in some regards, you might look at them and say, oh, well, I need to have strength, I need to have conditioning, I need to have cardiovascular health. Yes, but your demands in a day are very different to theirs. We try and support from lots of different angles, for example, nutrition, for example, the fitness side, the mental side that we're talking about. And I think that what we learn from the elite level athletes is, they're not going to put in protocols that are a waste of time. So we can start to hone in and go, okay, well, this seems important, and so does this. And recovery is huge. As you know, it's definitely a trend right now. And I think the application of those protocols for recovery, for example, they have to be carefully managed, because just saying, oh, an ice bath is good for recovery is far too broad to be a positive for most people. And if I give you the example that, a Formula One driver is probably very well rested in their off-season, but during the season, not so much because of the time zone shifts. I'm not going to be putting stressful ice baths into a routine before a race, because that's just going to waste a lot of energy and perhaps be deleterious to their performance. So I think these blanket terms that we're throwing around in this day and age of do this, do that, you have to really look at the person and their circumstances. So yes, we can learn a lot from athletes, but we also have to take context as well.
Okay, so if it's right for him, it might not be right for you or me.
Exactly.
You've got to look after yourself as well, haven't you? Because you've just been telling me a bit before we started this interview about your punishing travel routine, lots of different time zones in there. And I'm just wondering how you manage to stay on top of your game and recover, for example, from pretty stressful, pretty exhausting journeys that you're having to do.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, fortunately, I'm not the top of the chain in terms of pressure and job commitments. I'm just part of the big wheel that's going with these organisations and people that I work with. So I have the luxury of time, but I often don't have the luxury of schedule. And so I guess what I do for myself is, before a trip like the one I'm on at the moment, which is 6 or 7 cities in about 8 days, I try to improve my fitness up until the trip. And then during the trip, I'm just I'll get my recovery in where I can. I'm not trying to improve my fitness. I'm not trying to gain strength. I'm just trying to manage so that when I'm there for the client, then I'm also at my best. I think a lot of the times people think more is more. So, you think, oh, I've only got a short gap between a couple of stressful work days. I'll go in and do some sprints because I've got 10 minutes and that will give me more out of the time that I'm getting. But actually, that's just going to put you in a deeper deficit, and you'll likely perform worse the next day, and it's difficult to come out of that. So I think, definitely I look at the schedule that I have, and I try and make it so that I'm in my best kind of, fitness and health, and I'm recovered before a trip. I'm not looking after myself in the trip. I'm looking after my clients.
Okay, but have you got a sort of a hack, sort of a go-to routine or something that you do, especially perhaps to get over jet lag?
Definitely. So I usually try and wake up on a timed alarm clock. So if you go to bed, let's say at midnight, I want you to wake up within a multiple of 90 minutes, because that's your sleep cycle. And if you break that sleep cycle in half, you're in deep REM sleep. And that's going to leave you feeling groggy and not very sharp mentally the next day. So even if it's for the sake of losing 30 minutes of total sleep, I'm going to be far, sharper waking up as a multiple of 90 as I come out of that deep sleep. So that's my first thing, is before bed, I'll just set the alarm clock for a good time that is a multiple of 90 minutes. And then when I wake up, hydrate, take some electrolytes. I have some movement practices that personally I find really good. I can do it from my hotel room. Foundation training is
stretching.
Those a little bit of stretching, and I'd say be intuitive. Move around. I often use like a heart rate monitor and try and stick in that zone 2 sweet spot. So I know that I'm not overtraining and overexerting myself, but I'm going to feel nice and fresh, get lots of oxygen into my body, feel invigorated rather than exhausted. And that seems to help me wake up for the day. I think stumbling out of bed and trying to maximize sleep volume over, trying to manage that articulately is I've tried that, it doesn't work.
And you've got to eat healthily as well, haven't you? Because when you're travelling and when you're working funny hours as well, there's a tendency to eat junk because it's nearby and, it's sort of comfort food in a way. And there's all this processed food and ultra-processed food at our disposal. And I'm just wondering, the people you see regularly, your clients, people come to your clinic, do you see a link between poor nutrition and pain/inflation? Is that something can you see the pattern?
Definitely. There's definitely a link between people with, and I would just zoom out a bit and say if somebody's eating poorly with these highly processed, foods, they're likely not paying much attention to most of their lifestyle. So there's a lot of headroom for improvement with these kind of people, and usually they've come to me because they have pain. So it's a really easy sell to start managing these other areas of their health. But nutrition, for sure, is a low-hanging fruit, as I would call it. It's something that you can, accessibly and affordably for most people, make a quick change, and within a few days, you're going to see a good improvement. Ultimately, pain is definitely increased or exacerbated by a poor lifestyle and stress.
Have you got any superfoods that you are your go-to snack, for example, something that you would think people might have underestimated in terms of the power of what that food could do for you?
Sure, and I think everybody's different with this, so it's worth the trial and error. But at the moment, I'm carrying some tart cherry juice, specifically the Montmorency type of cherry. Athletes have been using it for a very long time. It's really easy to travel with because you can have different forms, or just take some concentrate juice in your fridge at home. I think that's, at the moment, the front of my mind, because it's definitely something that I'm carrying with me on these long and stressful trips.
What are some of the warning signs that people might look out for when it comes to the beginnings of burnout? What would be some of the telltale signs people could look out for?
So it's an interesting question, because I think psychologically we keep going and pushing through, and burnout usually happens because you're not aware of the the taxing schedule or the taxing job that you're putting on yourself. And I think that the main signs for me are just a general lack of motivation, because that can sometimes come before physical effects. Because you're obviously trying to carry out the tasks every day. You're not thinking of, how do I feel while I'm doing this? Poor sleep. Your appetite starts to change, and you start to reach for more processed foods that are quicker hits, maybe a slump in mood. But I think, definitely using these wearables that we have, that are very broadly used now, I think you can get a lot of insights to how your health is going, and it's worth, even just for heart rate, it's worth keeping track of that, just as a barometer for your day-to-day health, and when to know when to push it. I think sometimes people wake up and they think, oh, it's Tuesday, that's the day I need to do my sprints and my leg presses and heavy lifts. And actually their body might be not prepared for that, and there's no point in doing that exercise. So if you find yourself in that position where you're not rested and recovered, you're not going to adapt from that workout. So maybe opt for something a little bit lighter.
I'm being told we're nearly out of time, but I want to ask you about posture quickly, because people sit at their desks all day long, like me, and I can see my posture is getting worse. I mean, it's visible on a profile. Are there any quick fixes for that?
I think the quick fix is a psychological one. If you just change your framing of how you perceive posture. First of all, we know that we've just spoken about stress being not great for pain. So somebody that's more stressed will feel more pain. If you're worrying about your posture and you have a slight ache and your day's long, but you can't stop because you've obviously got a job to do, the last thing you want to do is worry about it. And the thing with posture is it's just a moment in time. It's good that you can create these slouched positions, but I think the main thing is to have a strong posterior chain, so the muscles on the back of your body. And, when you have time and you're rested, work on strengthening that, because as the day or the week progresses, you're going to be able to uphold that posture without, exceeding what I would say is your tissue capacity. So if I could give an analogy of a marathon, at the beginning of the marathon, you're rested and strong, and you can hold good form while you're running. As the marathon goes on, maybe mile 20, fatigue is seriously set in, and you're struggling to hold good posture. And the worse it gets, the higher your risk potentially of an injury. So if you just applied that on a micro level in your day-to-day life, with a stronger back at the start of the day, you're less likely to default into a position at the end of the day because you're trained and you're prepared for that day.
Okay, and just lastly, I'm being asked to ask you the number one mistake people make when they go to the gym.
I think the number one mistake is to train too much like an athlete and not enough like somebody that is trying to train for health. And the reason I say that is because we learn a lot from people like bodybuilders. And at its roots, bodybuilding is a sport. You stand on stage and you're prepared to sacrifice your health to look great on the stage. So it's great that we learn some exercises from them, but let's just cherry pick from that and make it a bit more specific to your life. And we just spoke about your posterior chain. So I might ask you to do some deadlifts a couple times a week so that we can strengthen that and help you not fall into those bad positions at the end of the day. So I think, try to train more like a healthy person rather than an athlete. These athletes have a very different lifestyle that we've kind of dipped into today with our discussion, but their lifestyle has lent itself so that they can perform at an optimum level for that specific task. And your specific task is not sat in a Formula One car, unfortunately.
Well, or fortunately, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
For the other drivers, probably.
Yeah, so definitely try to, look at your health from a holistic point. Don't try and, improve your muscle mass. We do want muscle mass. We do want cardiovascular fitness. We do want all the facets of what we can get from the gym, but we don't want to just stay railroaded in one direction and just add muscle.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you coming in to see us. Zander Evitz, one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali. Home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.